What time zone? Yeah, that's the thing. It didn't say the time zone. Alright, so we're going to be picking up where we left off with RoadCraft. We played just a little bit of Tales of Seku earlier. Liked what we saw, but it is early access, so kind of wanted to jump back into this. I am planning on finishing through the entire rest of RoadCraft. Not tonight, that's more than I can get done in one night. But you got a key for Snacko. Snacko, it's 1.0 now. Might be something for you too. I have no idea what Snacko is. But yeah, so like, I enjoyed what I saw. It is different. But yeah, so we are playing through the rest of it, because at this point I've gotten like 80-90% of the game done. I might as well go across the finish line. But yeah, I've been very much enjoying RoadCraft. It feels like a good time to RoadCraft. Right. And we were doing something. Right, we had cleaned this route because I had stayed up late trying to get like the last of the map done. And then when I cleaned this route, it chucked 3 quests on me. I'm like, alright, hang on, I've already gone over 2 extra hours. That's not gonna happen. Alright, so we need to get a bunch of stuff going. So yeah, the infrastructure route from here. One-time route, start plot. Okay, so you need to get down there. There's 0 chance we're successfully going down that way without issue. This route down here doesn't look too... Oh, wait. I guess it is problematic because there's not a way to get up here. So I need to get from over here to down here. So this area here wasn't bad to get through when we checked it. The place is, where do we go across? This spot, I think, is very tenuous. Yeah, I think it's honestly going all the way up there and down, which is going to be quite the journey. A place like that, you can see that really rough spot there. I don't think we'll have much success cutting across that. So we have a really far journey on this. There was an update for RoadCraft last night. It's supposed to do stuff like make the caravans after your first, well, the convoys after your very first one on a route more successful. I didn't look at how, like, mechanically they achieved that. My assumption is they just kind of, like, fudge the numbers on some of the vehicles to give them like a little bit better traction, a little bit more horsepower, something like that. Alright, so from here what we're going to do is we're going to turn on this route. Because it does have the green icon that whatever vehicles are going to be moving, in theory, should move easily. And so my hope with that is they will be able to handle a lot of this much easier. Yeah, they also supposedly made the paver a little bit better. That was one of those ones that I kind of, like when we were talking about on the stream, that I made the comment that felt like it'd be a pretty easy one to solve. Because there's just a number of ways they could have fixed the paver where it either just gets better traction or they just kind of fudge the model, like the bounding box of the model to have a little bit more clearance, or you get the idea. There's just a lot of different ways to tackle it. Alright, so the question is, do I take that route around and then drop down here is probably the most direct route. Because otherwise it's going the long way around. I think we just go for the direct route. Because at least know most of this direct route is at least okay for traveling. Alright, so instead of going this way, we're going to try and scooch around that pole there. I would expect us to have to do 2 or 3 attempts at this route, by the way. Because it's a very long route that we haven't messed with much. So I could definitely see room for like a spot that's a little dodgy to get through. Okay, so don't need to be messing with that. Gotcha. Yeah, I actually have, if we get these 2 objectives on the left done, I did check, both of those will give me extra keys. I do have 2 RoadCraft keys we've gotten so far for the dare drop to give out. I'm going to kind of wait till we get those last ones in and just do like one stream that we drop like probably 4 or 5 keys, whatever it comes out to be. And then I've got a ton of keys for Tinkerland. Ooh, that'll be interesting. We're going to try and go up on the side here. I'm not sure if that's going to work. This might be one of the longest routes we've made. And rather than clear all that debris, I'm going to be lazy and go around. Alright, well, we're just going to let that do... You're just going to send it on its way and expect it to turn out alright. We have the packages to move there, and we have the semi-truck to the lab. That does not turn as much as I thought it would. Alright, that failed really early. Oh, I see what happened. Is we had the 2 courses, one going one way, one going the other, and they ran into each other, and then both routes failed because of it. It's okay, one route was done already, so... Alright, so for here... Gotcha, so we're gonna go over here, take a right where we spawned, go past where we spawned, take a left, and work our way out. Alright. Okay, so I'm gonna cut across this bridge, go down that way. Where am I going with this? So that's where you're going from. Okay, yeah, it is going down the way. Yep, so we want to basically cross the bridge, go south, and then we have to cut through that crap, which is where it's going to get bad. Alright. At least this first part shouldn't be bad. It plays smooth too? Yeah, I've been very much enjoying RoadCraft. Also, one second before I forget. Switch to RoadCraft. There we go. Just for that, people who weren't interested in the first game, we put out basically the alert being like, hey, we're on the other game now. Yeah, so with Tales of Seku, where it's at now, it's kind of too early to get a say for how good it'll be overall. Genuinely, it showed some decent promise. The other things that would, so like the negatives I had with it were basically there was some user interface stuff that'd be easy fixes where it's just kind of too easy to use items you don't mean to, which is one thing. Inconsistency and like the quests advancing, I'd rather just always, when I finish another quest, if there's another quest, it will just go grab me another quest. That one's not that big of a deal, but it's a nice convenience thing. And then I kind of wish in the events that they would take into consideration, like, what your friendship level is with people, because it felt super disingenuous on the very first festival, and everyone was talking about how important and a big addition you were to town, with people who have never met you being like, oh, you're so strong. You're like, man, I don't know who the hell you are. But that's probably early access stuff anyways. And even if that doesn't change, it's not bad. It's just that genre, the slice of life genre, the Stardew Valley and all that. One of the things that makes them work pretty well is a lot of the slice of life, like when you're looking at like Stardew Valley and Coral Island, what makes them work well partly is just the fact that the way the characters engage with you, they adapt as you're playing the game, so it feels more real, if you will. Whereas some of the ones that have been entries into that genre who have kind of underperformed, a lot of times, you know, everyone is like over the moon for you or like incredibly hostile towards you with little or no interaction, and you're kind of going, who are you? Why do you have such strong everything about me? Or like it makes it feel like really unnatural, disingenuous, whatever. So in a character where like the social aspect is such a huge part of it, you know, you do need it to at least feel genuine. Even though, like, even games like Stardew Valley and Coral Island, there's a lot of the interactions there, like, this isn't a normal interaction. You know, your character emerging from the bushes, just all up in someone else's, you know, happenings. But yeah. But to be actually on the topic of RoadCraft, I've been very much enjoying it. I am kind of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel where we're just wrapping up this map real fast, and then we'll be on to Deluge, and then we have one more map after that. So, you know, there's not much game left right now, which is fine. I don't feel like, very, very genuinely, they've delivered a lot. Like, when you think about it, we're getting close to like 80 hours, so even though it's only been out for a week, we just have to kind of put in the scope that I get to play this, you know, effectively full-time hours, which really kind of changes the algebra on a lot of things. And honestly, being able to knock out 80 plus hours in a game is not bad. Wasn't 80 hours about their estimate? Yeah, let's actually see what I'm at. So my hours in the game are 75 hours right now. And the only thing we have to take into consideration with that is that I did do a little bit of repetition with FG when we played with FG. That there was the one map, I played about half of a map a second time because we were collabing as opposed to just going on to the next thing for me. So realistically, I'm probably closer to 70-ish hours that I've committed to actually progressing the save. Not counting like, no, actually there'd be a couple hours I need to shave off that I was messing with some stuff after stream as well. So it's probably like 65 hours, I would say, is actually progressing the save. I think that's a fair estimate. And for having two maps and a tiny bit of a map left, I could see that, you know, getting that 75, 80, somewhere in that number of hours left. And that's not even 100%ing all the things. We have all the previous maps. I have gone back into a couple of them where I had a route that we had set up, but I hadn't run the full thing to get the full credit. I did put in the time to make sure the route fully finished, because that for streaming was just literally having the save file open and letting it run. And it wasn't, none of those did I have to put like a huge amount of time in. Fixing the castle route to be reliable, that took me a decent amount of time. Yeah. But yeah, so genuinely, I think the 80-hour estimate is a pretty good estimate. I'm sure people who this is their first time playing a game in this genre, you're probably going to land closer to 100 hours would be my guess. If you're someone who, like, this just really, really strikes home and that you've seen some people play, so you kind of already know, like, go from vehicle X to vehicle Y to vehicle Z to try and get, like, the best advantage out of your vehicles. I'm sure you could cut off a bunch of time, or you watch people like myself play where we made a mistake where, oh, it worked, but it was definitely not efficient. You should just use the other vehicle kind of thing. I'm sure there'll be plenty of that you could shave off several hours very, very easily and probably come in under the 80. But I don't think it'd be by a huge amount without getting into, like, speedrunning territory where, you know, you're min-maxing your decisions in advance to pick up the time. Alright. So install the relay station stuff around here.
Good job so far. Here's a new addition to your to-do list. It's a bit tricky, but what's easy in this life, right? Apart from that bet I just won, all thanks to you. All you need to do is install some relay stations exactly in the marked spots. Not a challenge to an expert of your caliber, I think.
Okay. Do I happen to have the mule down here? I have the crane. The crane could technically do it. It would not be efficient. So let's instead go to... We have the desert base. The desert base is going to be the closest. We only got like 2 bases on this map that I've seen. So let's grab the mule. I also have a ridiculous amount of money. Let's see, tracked crit compact crane. Alright. Sure, I'll buy that because I don't own it. We'll buy that because I don't own it. Buy our first of the DLC vehicles because I don't own it. And our money's gone. Yeah, so really we're getting down to I've got the heavy tracked dump truck, I've got the log grabbers. We're missing a small cargo truck. Oh, I still have the rusted version of the heavy dump truck? Yeah, so honestly, we're not missing that many vehicles. And I've got these 3 that we're going to unlock, which doesn't bother me much.
I never thought I'd say this, but this is the...
Meanwhile, though, we still just need the mule.
final link in the local power grid. Once you install a transformer in the power substation next to the lab, the circuit will be complete, and there will be much rejoicing and throwing of caps in the air. Seriously, though, it will be a major breakthrough.
Okay, so we just need to head south. Kelly is a Midwestern representation. You didn't know you needed life? She's... So I like the accent and everything. She's definitely been kind of all over the place where, like, on one hand, she's just, like, really dumping on the company, and on the other hand, she's being, like, super wholesome and supportive, and then the next mission, she's, like, very indifferent about the whole thing. So, like, her character's a little hard to keep up with, but I have enjoyed her, like, that, and it's been, you know, it's been fun to have someone with, like, a different accent and all that in one of these games. But it has been weird, like, each map she has almost a different personality a little bit. I'm waiting for one of the missions to come by and her to be, like, full-on snark. It makes me wonder if when it came time to design the maps and the story around it, if they had one person kind of overseeing the entire, like, in-game narrative kind of thing, or it was like, okay, we need a map that does this. Alright, you, that's your job. Okay, we need a map that does that. Okay, you, that's your job kind of thing. Because that would explain where she's got a little bit of inconsistency in her character. It depends if the Quickie Mart had Glazers on sale, or if the coffee was cold. I mean, there was one mission that she was like, my coffee's a little bitter. As she, you know, she said something that's like, she's like pretty kind of clearly upset behind the scenes. But I took that as kind of a, her in the moment being like, you know, the coffee thing was just a comment being, you know, she said something. She's like, you know, I'm just being bitter, kind of thing. Because we don't know where her background is, other than she made the comment that there's something about her background involving mining. Because in one of the mining missions, she had some pretty pointed things to say about mining, and she kind of alluded to having experience in that industry without ever delving into it. Not that I'm expecting to get the whole backstory of Kelly. I'm honestly curious where things are going with that, because there has definitely been a progression in the relationship between us and her so far as, like, at the beginning, she's treating us as the new guy, and, you know, now that we're established, she's kind of like, you know the drill, here you go, there's your next thing, yeah, I know you'll come out on top of this, yeah, I have the uttermost, like, she's very, very positive now, it's just like, yep, you know what you're doing, which is good, it's good to see that progression, but it almost feels like they are deliberately putting a progression in the exchange between you and Kelly, which is her talking at you and you not having a voice to speak of. And I am wondering if, like, all the times we've borrowed equipment and all that, where there's some alluding to things may not be on the up and up or above board in how we're approaching some work. Part of me is wondering if, like, the last mission will be something like things start coming back to bite us. Did I take a path I couldn't take? We could probably cut up that hill. Like, that would be an interesting twist for me for a game like this. Is that you would have a thing that, like, at the end, it becomes your company or Kelly's company or something like that. Versus at the beginning, you know, she makes all the comments about the company being kind of not shady, but very not exactly the greatest. Alright, just gonna get this out of my way. So at least I'm only fighting the rocks and all that, not that thing. Probably sneak up on this right side. This is definitely not the easier of the routes I could have gone. But that's what happens when you just take a quick glance at the map and don't really see it through. Who's Kelly? It's the mission person in the game. It's a person who's like telling you what to do and all that. Alright, well that took entirely more effort than I needed to. Yep, she's basically the one running logistics ops, whatever you want to call it. Doing all the organization, making sure you got what you need, yada yada. As well as, like, complaining about the constant, like, just not greatness about stuff where you go to a disaster place and you're like, yeah, they're putting all this expense and all this stuff. All they had to do was like run a second power line and all of it would have been avoided. And anyone who's run into any job that has to depend on infrastructure has probably had that exact kind of comment as well. How are you liking the game? Just about to finish it. It's absolutely terrible. No, I've been having a good time. We're getting pretty close to 80 hours in the game. I've absolutely enjoyed it. Like, it's really good. The big thing I've been warning people again and again and again with the game is it's not SnowRunner. Do not go in with the expectations of SnowRunner. It's not what it's trying to be. It's not what it is. The developers have been very, very straightforward saying it's not SnowRunner. Like, there's not much more to say. It's just, it's not SnowRunner. If you're looking for SnowRunner, it's not that. But what it is really good. It's nowhere near as, like, you know, as unforgiving as SnowRunner can be. So is it SnowRunner? Yes. But yeah, I always say that because there's been a lot of people who've complained about the game and being like, it doesn't have insert feature that SnowRunner has, and repeat. Yeah, it's trying to be SnowRunner, they call it SnowRunner 2. Yeah, I honestly, very genuinely, I don't think it would even make sense for them to make a sequel to SnowRunner right now. I think, like, very genuinely, just keep expanding on SnowRunner for the time being, like they have been, until, like, very genuinely, SnowRunner starts to kind of feel a little dated. Because yeah, we can't really manipulate terrain like we can in this SnowRunner, but I kind of made the comment that, well, don't get me wrong, I am among the people who, you know, I've complained as well about, like, hey, I really wish I could just get a bag of gravel and drop this on the ground in SnowRunner so this mud pit isn't so terrible after the 80th time I've gone through it. Exaggerating, like, 10th time. And just kind of one of those things that's like, yes, but actually looking at it, for what SnowRunner is, I do kind of feel like if we could properly fix the roads, it would actually take away from what makes SnowRunner SnowRunner. Like, I think that's a good thing for a game, but not SnowRunner. Okay, so you're over there. Because otherwise the game loop switches from, you know, figuring out how to navigate and fight through the mud and all that to get your dump truck, go to the mud spot, dump the gravel in. And they understand we could put balance around it where it's cost prohibitive to do so. But then it becomes one of those things that you would try to avoid it. Yeah. No, exactly, Stove. That's what's kind of making the comment. There would eventually be a point where SnowRunner starts to feel a little dated, or either needs a graphics update, or there's stuff they really want to do in the game, but, you know, the engine just needs an iteration that's more than minor to get there, which is usually the point you want a game to go ahead and have a sequel, because you run into that weird place where updating the existing engine means increasing your system requirements, so suddenly a whole bunch of people who previously could play the game now can't, because the engine's been updated in a way that increased the system requirements. Okay, so the air spot's over there. And so I do think that's when we will see the next SnowRunners, whenever they hit that point where it's like, no, the engine is holding us back, like, we need to make non-trivial tweaks to the engine that are going to up the system specs, you know, more than a negligible amount. And then we'll probably see a sequel at that point, whatever it gets called. Because I also feel like they're kind of going to be in the same type of place you run into with a lot of games, that their model is base game, and then a whole bunch of, like, DLC kind of stuff to it. that eventually when you do make the sequel and you have to kind of take back a lot of that stuff people bought by having the new version not included, which isn't them like doing it necessarily for we need to, you know, milk this thing for more money. It can be. But it is one of those things that very genuinely you'd have to redo all the models and the textures to be on the new engine specs and all that. And very quickly that becomes a significant project. You want me to bring more steel beams? Did you build all those, I think, their solar panels? I did not. They're already here. We're gonna fix and replace some of them that got damaged. But this existing site. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so there's some times where you have a game, they don't meaningfully update their engine, but they've got the new version, and then you lose access to all the content you paid for. And then not only do you lose access to it, but then the new version of the game literally resells you the same exact content, i.e. The Sims. And even worse, like if you look at The Sims, like the Pets one from the previous version to the Pets one now, they kind of split the Pets DLC up into multiple separate DLCs for more than the initial Pets DLC cost. That things get not great. But even in lieu of that, you know, having to rebuy your vehicles because, again, they got to make a new model, put in new textures, put in the new engine, yada yada. There's a lot of expenses that go into that. It's a whole thing. Yeah, rebuying the base game again, I think, is totally fine if it's a significant engine upgrade. That I don't have a particular problem with. And I would say, for the most part, that's always been true in the Sims versions. It's just when you've paid previously for a feature, and then you buy the new game, and then the feature gets removed, and then you've got to buy it again. That's where you're kind of like, that feels pretty scummy, actually. Sims 4 came out with no pools? Yeah, I mean, that's not unusual, though. Like, when you have a new major iteration of the game that some stuff may or may not get into it. Like, in some of it, they can even intend to add it later. But, you know, do you hold the game back till it's, you know, exact parody of the previous version? Maybe, maybe not, depending on what's in there. But yeah. The Sims is usually one of those ones they will actually point out as a example of bad behavior. Alright. Actually switch that over to single point. Cool. We're gonna overload ourselves yet again. Get new licenses for vehicles. Yep, that's another thing. A lot of times when you get licenses, like for the, you know, not the make-believe vehicles they've got in the game, but they're legit vehicles. A lot of those licenses are probably per title license, which means if they want to get some of those vehicles in the new game, then they've got to turn around and relicense them back with the vendor that they got the license for. So whether it's like, you know, Ford, GMC, whoever. And then a lot of times for relicensings, a lot of times you have to pay more in the second one. Quite often the companies see that now you kind of need that license as far as they're concerned. Because if, you know, you suddenly remove vehicles, that looks bad on you. So there's money to be made there. So it's just, there's a lot of major considerations you got to do when you're considering a sequel for stuff that uses licenses. It's honestly one of the things, like, I understand for a lot of these types of games, because of the audience that simulation games tend to attract, where they, you know, they don't want to just drive a big impressive truck. They want to drive a specific big impressive truck. You know, they don't just want to drive a tractor. They want to drive, like, the big John Deere tractor, the big Fendt tractor, the big New Holland tractor, whatever brand they're into. And so if you don't get those licenses, it actually can, like, hurt your sales and all that kind of stuff, because, you know, driving the big Lizard tractor, you know, or insert other make-believe brand, doesn't resonate for people who want to do certain things, or like flight sims. You know, they want to drive an F8, you know, fly an F-18. They don't want to fly, you know, some make-believe approximation of an F-18. And with all that, gets to be a whole licensing nightmare to go through. Yeah, that's a weird one for it to jump on. You can allow that one through. Because I could see it jumping on something like drug use or something, but it was like sex-based term, like, I don't know. That's a pretty big stretch. But you get the idea. And that's something that's happened with a lot of games. That's actually one of the interesting things with, like, GTA. GTA is one of the ones that is fairly famous for not using the actual licenses, but having vehicles that you can kind of tell are supposed to be a certain vehicle. Which is honestly good enough for me. I wouldn't mind if, like, you know, Farm Sim, they're like, oh, you can go jump in your John Green. You know, we all know it means John Deere, but it could call it a John Green and just have a green tractor, and that's good enough. Like, that's, like, to me, that's fine. But there are definitely people like, no, you know, I specifically want to drive, you know, a John Deere whatever model, like the latest thing or whatever. That's just not something I care about. But I do know there's a lot of people who do. Passed New Holland store 2 times in the last 2 days? Yep. Alright, so we're going to need to go over here, grab the transformer, drive to the other side, and then we're going to have to drive, well, actually I'll probably just fast travel back up. Back to base, grab more steel beams, run them down. Okay. I think some of the Farming Sim console mods did that. the green system harvester headers? Oh, I have no idea. When you're talking about mods, mods can get away with a lot of stuff that the main game can't. There's lots of wiggle room when it comes to some of the mods. Does wave too big for this truck? Yep, and we have hauled these, every single one of these Transformers, I believe, since the very beginning of the game, we have hauled in the mule, as opposed to using the heavy crane. I think we had one of these that I had to use the heavy crane once I got in a position to be able to lift it where I needed to, which I think this is literally one of those cases that I don't really have a way to get into here far enough. So I can't get anywhere near it. So let's get you out of the way, and I'll have to bring the heavy crane in. Because while I'm happy to haul this stuff that I can't carry, the fact is the arm is only so long. I believe I have a heavy crane around here somewhere. Yep, literally just up the hill. Okay, so we deliver the transformer into position, and then once we do that, I've got to take the mule back up to, the base, because we got to grab 5 of the steel beams. I already got the steel beams stored, they're just not here. Okay. Okay, so now we just need the steel beams. The closest I can get them from is probably up here. Rotain, deploy. Just back off over here. Grab 5 steel beams out, drive them down, and I think that's the very last mission we have left on this map. Barring them introducing even more on us suddenly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's what I was afraid of. I always gotta remember I need to be farther back than I think too with these. Because I'm back here, then the bar doesn't go underneath the bed. And I could... I put it back in storage. You know what, real fast? Okay, 1, 2, 3. We'll try this all over again. So right, I want to be farther back than when I'm picking these up. And vaguely center you here. Alright. Because then they don't have a tendency to get caught on the back trailer. It's only when they're farther behind, so the one side can get underneath the back and it pulls the whole rest under it. It's also interesting that some of these maps, as I've played through them, it's become really easy to, like, memorize my way around them. And then there's been other maps I've struggled the entire time to learn my way around them. Alright, so with this, we go down the road down here towards the concrete lab. That's the thing, like, honestly, in hindsight, I probably should have built, like, a bridge across here or across there somewhere. At this stage of the game, I think we're far enough along, it's just not worth it. And yeah, that's collapsed there, so that path is worthless to me. That's another place I could see putting a bridge there to cut across. But in the meantime, we'll do the exact same thing we did last time, which is just check our path. Okay, so we go down to the concrete slab place, and then once we're down at the concrete slab place, we cut around the back of it. We take that down, it'll just do like we did the last time. Go up that ledge, drop off the steel beams. That'll be this mission done, and I believe this is the last mission we have on our queue. Which I'm assuming is this brings the last of the power online. Where does that one go? Actually, if we take that route down and up the other side, then we can just take the... Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So take this into the other side, and then just ride the road down. That should be okay. It's just this whole, like, ravine thing in the middle here. Doesn't really have many ways in and out of it. Yep, that'll be good. Yeah, because this one goes up the other side, and then we can just take, there's a road that goes down the other side almost straight to our destination. Okay. Doesn't really matter which route we take. Yep, so get this done, then we start Deluge. And I definitely in this stream, as I've said the last like 4 streams, want to get those last 2 dare drops done, so we could get the dare drops completely off the list. Because it would be nice if I can get those keys back by the time, you know, we do the last stream of RoadCraft for the time being, you know, since we'll be finishing the game. So that way we can at least do the RoadCraft give-outs while we're still playing RoadCraft. Okay, now we just take this left and we should be able to follow that down pretty much almost directly to where we're going. It winds a little bit, but you get the idea that it's just... I don't have a bunch of left and right turns and all that. So at least the directions are simple. This is probably not the fastest route, but whatever. Yeah, this has probably been the map I think I've had the most difficulty remembering where the turns are, kind of thing. It's just so much of the map just looks like more sand and rock, which is appropriate for the map. I'm not saying it's a bad map. But for me, like, being able to have obvious landmarks, it's learning which scraggly tree or which rock bluff, you know, is where. And then trying to remember the turns based on those, like, arbitrary landmarks. Okay. Almost there. I believe we go around one more set of turns and that drops down into that area, and then we just cut across the parking lot. And then up the road to the solar place. They might have us put some solar panels in place after this, we'll see. Regardless, we're definitely in wind down. Alright. Get ourselves turned around. I can drop these off and see if it gives us any more missions or if we're pretty much done. It does make me curious. When we're all said and done, there'll be an achievement to have all the routes. Okay, and confirmed.
Well, my friend, you're about to make history. Or rather, bring the Solar Radiance Lab up to its full glory. You get to deliver a one-of-a-kind steam generator from the desert base and install it. Are you excited yet? You should be. This thing costs... You don't want to know how much, so don't drop it.
I don't think we're using the mule on this one. It's not looking like one that we can make the mule work on this one. I just don't see a way we just don't spin the whole thing on our back tires. Alright, that's fine. So you'd probably be like, oh, so you probably need a really big truck to move it. Don't you worry, I'm absolutely not doing that. Instead, we're just going to pick it up with a crane and drive with the train and not worry about it. I do think, compared to the route we just took a minute ago, we'll go down that west side again. Because that route seemed like the less cursed route to try and go with all this. How heavy are you? What was your thoughts on the game before? Well, I've very much been enjoying the game. So, my usual tactic of holding it in front of this, I don't think is going to work. This thing seems to be extremely heavy. So my new plan is going to try and set it up on here. And we're going to lower it down. Oh, like the game you started with? Oh, so I did enjoy the game I started with. We didn't put a huge amount of time in because early access, you know, it's not done. I don't really want to put the time in when I can't finish. I think that a pretty good start. It had a couple of pains that it would just equate to effectively early access being early access. I think it's got a good start that we'll see where it actually goes. But I think it's going to be a little bit before we kind of can get a good feel. So, like, promising initial start, but easily could go either way kind of thing. Alright. Let's change this up. Alright, so don't do it that way. Switch to this one. There you go. We're a tow truck now. Now, she said it's more expensive than I should really worry about. And that don't drop it. And I can say with confidence that I have not dropped it. Yeah, she said don't drop it. I didn't drop it. I am following her instructions clearly. Because there's only like 1 or 2 vehicles that can fit a payload this size, and I am not driving a Wayfarer over there with this thing in it. I will rather fight it with a crane the entire way. But yeah, no, I like the idea of being able to transform into different creatures. I like the idea that there's a bit of a larger story going on. One of the things I said is kind of a negative is you go to like the first festival thing and everyone talks about like how important addition you are to the community and all that, including people you've never met before, and how they, you know, they basically give you like very, very positive personal affirmations, and you're like, man, I don't know who the hell you are. So I feel like that was a little bit of a miss. That could easily be early access, that they just need to make the dialogue at those events take into consideration your friendship of whether you're like stranger or friend or acquaintance or whatever. I found it extremely easy to accidentally use items I didn't want to use, consuming consumables that are then gone. I have to go back and get them again. So there's a little bit of UI pain there. But all that just to me was like, yeah, it's early access being early access. This game's pretty good. Is it worth the $40 price tag? So I can't answer that question exactly. The game is good. I've been enjoying it. I do not regret getting a hold of it and everything. As far as like, is it worth $40? $40 is not worth the same to everyone. So I can't answer that question for you. I can say that I have enjoyed the game, and I've been basically playing the game constantly since I got my hands on it. So I would be more than happy to pay that much for it. I think I did. I think I ended up pre-ordering this, which is something I normally don't do because I just kind of knew I'd want it. Did I pre-order it? Man, I can't remember. But, like, as far as if it's worth $40, you know, if you're a broke college student that literally is deciding between are you eating today or paying your rent, then, you know, $40 is a small fortune. Whereas, on the other hand, you know, if you're getting ready to board your private yacht, $40 is literally nothing to you. So it's kind of a hard one to gauge that. Obviously, I've chosen extremes there, but you get the point. I feel like you might be damaging the really expensive thing. No. This is the OSHA approved method of moving expensive equipment. I'm more than happy to check with OSHA if you want me to. I like how almost anything at all that has the word RAM in it, auto mod is like held sex-based term. It's like, man, like, don't get me wrong, you're not wrong, auto mod. Like, RAM can be used in that manner. The banging sound is just the sound of progress. It's weird that I'm having so much more problems with it right now, lifting my front wheels, than we did the entire journey. Even in the sand earlier, like, when it gets into the deeper sand, I can see that, but we're not, like, it's just getting there now. It's fine. I mean, we did worse. What we did with the ancient tablet last stream was far worse. Just driving, like, the Hummer or whatever it was, like the big tank. Sorry, not even remotely a Hummer, like the tank scout with this ancient tablet just dragging behind, just kicking end over end across the sand the entire way from these ruins. All the way back to city on the opposite side of the map. Be like, I've delivered your irreplaceable ancient tablet. Don't worry, we've sanded it and polished it down to the, like, a perfect sheen. That's the sound of money being made, chat. Okay. It's snagging up on the rocks a little bit, which is causing my vehicle to slide sideways. And as you can see, it would definitely roll over if it wasn't abusing the anchors. But that's when it's catching up on the rocks, it's making it much harder for me to steer. Alright, so let's go over here. So I can go down this way. I'm not doing that. The last time we went right up here. So basically, go ahead towards that till we hit the body of water, turn left at the body of water, and then the solar power plant's just up the hill. The hill's gonna be a little bit of a pain, though. Okay. Almost there. Because if we had to take the Wayfarer the whole way, I, one, don't know which route we would take, and two, I'm sure it'd be frustrating. This may not be the fastest, but it is going relatively smoothly. Yeah, don't you like the sound of money, Luxray? Just the chunk, chunk, ding, bang. That's the sound of money. Why do you think when you push the button on the cash register it makes such a ching noise? Because the sound of money, sound of metal banging against things, that's the sound of cash being made. Alright, there's the hill we gotta climb up. Do things not get damaged? Nope. It's just not a mechanic in the game. Especially where the games like physics can get dodgy sometimes and get extremely frustrating when you're doing everything right in the game. And then suddenly, you know, physics gets wonky and you lose like a major objective because of it. Because I've had that more than once in more than one game. And I've had ones where like the missions are super long, and then like your vehicle just like folds in on itself instantly, 100% damage on the thing, even though you're just driving in a straight line on flat terrain. And that kind of thing can happen in SnowRunner. It's not super often, but every once in a while in SnowRunner, you'll just have weird physics nonsense where like one of your wheels clips into a rock or something. And that's just kind of it. I was actually hoping to shove this off on the back. So lower you. Give ourselves a little nudgy nudge. Realistically, I definitely should have gone the other way around, but that's fine. I don't think this is going to work again, will it? Okay. See a problem with that. You just go around here and deal with it. Okay, so we got up the cliff. Now I just got to go over to, I believe the ramp is on the left there. Yeah, there's the ramp. And now I can put it in place here, and I'm guessing that'll be it. Okay. Almost there. So we might get snagged here on that rock. Nope, we're good. Alright. And a perfect delivery without incident. All right.
Finally exhaled. Never thought I could hold my breath for so long. You threaded a few needles there, but all in all, it was not bad. Ah, who am I kidding? Your performance was the stuff of legends. If they don't give you a bonus as thick as an elephant, I'll be mad. Great job.
Yep, we definitely did good work there. Yeah. The heavy vehicle transport probably would have been the right job for it. It's fine. Alright, so with that we return to the hub with that map done, and it's on to Deluge. Which leaves us just Deluge and wherever the heck the last map on the far right is, and then that is all of RoadCraft. Yep, and 100% finished, so we got Deluge. After a continuous season of bad weather... Oh, Colonel? Yeah. The water level in the local river has risen. Unfortunately, the aging upstream dam, already weakened by recent seismic activity, collapsed, causing the reservoir to drain. You've been tasked with restoring its spillway before it gets any worse. Cool. And we got all our vehicles now. Didn't we grab the DLC one of these? Was that the Invictus was the DLC one? Because at that point we've got literally all of the scouts, so it doesn't really matter anymore. So I want to see, is the Invictus like overpowered or whatever, or is it just you kind of get it for something that looks like a Hummer? All right. Oh, that looks way worse. Yeah, so that's bad. Luckily, for some reason, the entire industrial infrastructure is slightly higher elevation than the residential. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Lots of folks are flooded out of here. We have our work cut out for us, that's for sure. Since you'll need your base of operations up and running, I recommend checking out the machine yard. From there, you can drive up to Sandwich, the settlement next door. I'm sure you'll find a good spot. Oh, and that cool Link Scout vehicle we prepared for you? Well, it's somewhere. You can laugh, but I don't know where exactly. As nobody bothered keeping proper records. At least I know that you can find it in the Eastern Highlands.
And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so far, this thing seems pretty strong. One thing I'm noticing it has an advantage over a lot of the other scouts is it is a much wider wheelbase, which means it's going to be way harder to roll it over. Okay, wait a second. All right. So that's going to be a rough spot. Yes, that just drops off a ledge. We have kind of what is a not road, but sort of road over here. You want the 65,000K dumper? It holds 20 tons of stand instead of 10 tons. Yeah, I think... Oh, yeah, no, because the one I have is the one that's 40 tons, I think it is, but, like, it dumps sand everywhere just driving around. So it's really meant kind of as a support thing. Alright, so I think it's safe to assume, trying to cut across that, we're just drowning our vehicle. Alright, let's see how much you can do just crossing here. Alright. Let's first up try and get to our base. Once we get over to the base, we can figure it out from there. Yeah, it definitely feels like, of the scout vehicles, the Invictus does feel like it's the strongest. Okay, so you're on the other side of this body of water. Let's get where we get a little bit better view. Alright, so that looks like body of water the whole way up there. It does look like there might be a way to cross over here. But yeah, so it's like, there's certain of the scout vehicles feel like they might have some advantage, like the tank one is probably the best for all terrain. The buggy with like the giant wheels is also pretty solid, but I feel like this and that buggy have kind of the same main advantages. And then the first two, very understandably, aren't the best, because otherwise you'd get those and that'd be the end of it. Oh. So the thing I might need to do is get down to the shoreline and see if maybe there's a shallow bridge across. Because right now what I'm seeing is not something looking very good for me getting to the other side of the water to the garage. I'm also noticing this pulse thing is not very good. I would rather it show red icons on the top of the water or something. Like, if it's deep, just make it like a deep red icon, so you're like, alright, I get it. But whether it's green or red or whatever, it just kind of, once you go just the tiniest bit in from the shore, you just don't see it anymore. Maybe where those trees are out in the water over there might be a place we can cross. It's very clear that the base is on the other side of the river from us. Okay, that goes out a bit farther than we've seen. Yeah, the terrain scanner here, kind of crap. Alright, we're gonna take a chance here. We might just immediately flood our engine and be doomed. But I don't see anywhere we can cross. Nope, that's not gonna happen. This game has a lot of content. Yep. Well, that is one good thing about this series, is pretty much all the games, whether it's Expedition or SnowRunner or this one, all of them are the kind of games that you're like, you know what, I'll check it out, and then you realize you're in for 100+ hours, and it's not like a sandbox game like Project Zomboid, where, you know, it's just the way it's designed, you get a lot of mileage out of it. It's just very genuinely, the game just has that much under the hood. Yeah, I think we're going over there where we got more trees. That might be another place where we might. All right. I'm learning very quickly that these, whatever these cracks are in the ground, that's really hard to get your vehicle to cross them, because they do just bridge the nose right into it. Looks like there's a way to cross that up here, though. Maybe. Well, that's gonna be embarrassing. I needed you not to just flip over. Back at your wheels. And we're good. Definitely worked entirely as intended with no issues whatsoever. It does seem like all the winches in this game, as long as you get the winch, like, you can reel it in with the engine turned off, which they do have winches that do that in SnowRunner as well, but they're an upgrade. that's where I was thinking we'd be able to cross. Man. Ooh, okay, maybe not that way. It's curious because we need to reach that location on the other side of the river. My only thing is they did mention there's another scout vehicle on the map. My guess is it's an amphibian. And we have to find it to reach the other side. That's my guess. And don't spoil it if you do know. Alright, so what does her dialogue say? Okay. So objectives, locate the links, track. Alright. That's gonna be the real answers. Clearly, to get to the other side of the river, I need to unlock the new piece of equipment. That's over there somewhere. Okay. Wait, do I have a base of ops already? So we already have a base of ops. So I think realistically the idea is we're just going to build a bridge across the water. I thought we were traveling to get our base of ops because they've done that in a couple of missions. Yep. Because there is no crossing anywhere here. So let's teleport you back down here real quick. Because the only other possibility is that we cut north from here real fast. You can see there's... Yeah, that's where we saw the logs over there in that spot. And it looks like the river just keeps on going off the map. Alright. Safe to say, we are on a peninsula, and if I want to get to the other side, I'm going to need something to be built. We do actually have the area here. And if we look at our options for supplies, we do have sand coverage nearly over the whole area. Not in an area that's going to be easy for me to build a sand bridge out there. Bridges-wise, I can build wood bridges. The big question is, where do I want to build the bridge? There's more sand available up there. This area... Ooh. Ooh, actually, we could just drive over that area. Okay, so I missed a spot back there. That's looking like I might just be able to, like, literally just drive across. So let's go up here. We've got a spot here. And a spot there. So let's mark this spot here. And that spot there. And drive over that way. So I probably just wasn't getting out way into the edges until after that and failed to see if we could cross them. If we can't cross, that's fine too. That should still be a decent spot for us to start a bridge to drive across. I'm expecting this one we're going to do a lot of bridge work, is what I'm guessing. Because with the hurricane, we had like lots of little muddy spots that were hard to just do stuff in general. But this one, we've got like a full-on river going on that is most likely going to have a bunch of like, not canals, they're not proper canals, but a whole bunch of stuff. Alright, let's avoid that spot. That's not where we're looking. And I did also notice the other quarry we saw was grade, so I will need the fuel sources to unlock those. So we definitely don't want to waste any fuel sources on, like, recovering our vehicles if we can help it. Not that I've used the vehicle recovery thing at all this entire run, but this one, it definitely looks like if we're going to want sand access in more places, that is going to be a necessity. Yeah, my guess is when we start getting, like, areas to cross and all that'll be a whole thing. Okay, so this is what spots we saw on the map. Yeah, so from here, that looks totally sketchy the whole way. But clearly it looks like I'm going to be across this little path here, with that little island thing right there. And then this way. Then go from here. There we go. That hill will take 5 years in SnowRunner. Yeah, it's just kind of the thing. Like SnowRunner, that's the whole point, is like just crossing something like that in SnowRunner, if you're not like in a fully decked out vehicle, would be a significant undertaking of effort. Okay, looks like I got another river over here. Alright, well, before we get into that, we got our base back here. Let's switch our objectives back there. I think the base is the higher priority. Because that's going to be me scouting a whole lot just to figure out where we can cross and then need to backtrack. So if we get this sorted out first, then there's a good chance we can cross. So I'm guessing we're going to be looking for these like little land bridges through the water. You're going to have like all these broken out waterways and everything going through everything. Yeah, because the roads are utterly useless considering every time I go more than 10 feet I end up finding another basically lake where a road should be. And not one I could cross either. Okay. Honestly, so in SnowRunner, low gear matters a lot. In this game, low gear Other than when I'm dragging something that's really putting up a fight, I haven't found much use for it. It doesn't seem to meaningfully make that difference. Except for, again, when I'm trying to drag something and really have to put everything into it. Like we're struggling kind of thing. Okay. I do think the buggy style scout would have actually done better. Right on the same side of the main river, yes, but then there was like a branch off of the river between me and the scout. So I opted to turn towards the base first instead of towards the scout. Because I figured the scout would give me a place I could base off this side for bringing heavier equipment if needed.
It's a minor miracle the machine yard is still standing. With our usual luck, there'd be a crater instead. Yet, here it is. And it just needs some dust brushed off. I can hardly believe my eyes.
Okay, you want me to keep scouting to the west. Alright. Now, one thing I'll notice is there is no shortage of trees on this map, so we're building wood bridges. So safe to say, bridge goes here. And do I already have access to this place? Oh, that's a machine yard, so that's not an actual base. Alright, so that's going to be a problem. And the reason I'm saying that's a problem is right now I can only deploy vehicles from here. And getting those across everything is going to be a major issue. Now, before we commit to that, it looks like there's another sand area down here. Let's kind of do the same thing. Let's scout a little bit. Oh yeah, no, these are clearly like autumn trees where they're all turning orange and all that. I genuinely miss this. Where I lived up north in Michigan, where you got like proper fall and winter, the trees got absolutely gorgeous during the, you know, the autumn. But here in Florida, we'll sometimes get them to orange just a little bit, but it's not the same. Okay, so not sure if we can get up on that ridge. Where are you over here? The beginnings of a house that didn't ever get finished, maybe? Thank God you don't have to refuel. Yeah, and I've talked about with this particular game, I don't think this would, like, the fuel and damage stuff in this game I think would actually detract from what it is a lot. I think those mechanics are great in SnowRunner and in Expeditions, but this particular game, I think it'd be a detriment to the game. You recently purchased this and began to play this, and you're really enjoying it. Used to play SnowRunner, and it definitely has that feel for it. Yeah, it's like... I know some people have jokingly called it casual SnowRunner. I don't think that's particularly fair necessarily. It is one of those things that... Definitely think... You just bought Hard Space Shipper? Excellent. I hope you have a really good time with that. It's a really good game. It is one of the games, if I could go and like reach into the brain and then rip it out and do it all over again, I would. You know, play it again for the first time. For the first time again? Whatever. But yeah. I very much enjoy the hard mode SnowRunner. I think it's great. But SnowRunner, to me, the vibe for SnowRunner is kind of like survival driver. That you're just trying to keep your vehicles on the road while getting what you need to do done. Expedition is a little bit different in that while it is rough to get the vehicles around, it's a lot more, you've got Batman's utility belt on your vehicle and trying to solve the problem with constraints. Okay. You know, this one is just entirely about taking jacked up world and utterly screwing it. So clear the area of objects. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we can't get through the gate from this side. It looks like there's an opening on the other wall on the other side. Yeah, it's just different. And to be fair, I think both styles of games have an audience. And a lot of it will be an overlapping audience, too. Alright, so very clearly that crane is meant to be a wall. That I might be able to, like, physics break it to get over there, but I don't think that's necessary. It looked like this back corner here had a big opening in the wall. The idea is I'd drive in, you know, shove open the gate, and hopefully can handle moving the stuff. I didn't see what the junk we were moving is. Yeah, no, I enjoy both of them. I think it's worth recognizing that they just both have their things that they do well. And that one doesn't need to try to be the other. Alright. Oh, there's so much in here I've got to move. Okay. But yeah, regardless, they are going to add a hard mode to this game after, you know, people got really vocal that they wanted it, which I think is fine. I'm actually very genuinely, I don't actually have high expectations for the hard mode. I think people are going to play it and then realize the game is just better suited to not have it, but I could be wrong. Sometimes people just go, the game doesn't have feature X that previous game had, and don't really understand the implications of why the devs chose not to include it. Because a lot of times things will sound really good on paper, and then you actually play them and you go, oh, this feels bad. It happens a lot. That's a problem. Hey, tractor. You wouldn't mind going in the big hole over there, would ya? Yeah, that's something that also happens even with the devs, that there's times they've got an entire idea for what their game is going to be. And, like, the main concept of the game, when they actually get to their prototype playtesting, it ends up not being fun. But some little weird side thing that someone had, you know, put in the game, like, ends up being this really, really fun nonsense, and so they end up pivoting the main idea of the game to the thing that was fun. Alright, so tractor is going to be a pain to move. I just got to get out of the circle here. We can just get just over that lip. We can dump it in that hole, and that's not going to be a problem for us. And then that'll give me a garage on this island, which will help a lot. Because then I can take the garage, anything that's still in the way, we can just move it. Are you still showing up with the arrow? It's not showing up with the arrow, so I assume it's fine. I'm honestly surprised by how much they're having us drag this time. Because most of it isn't heavy stuff, I just gotta drag a lot. Like, genuinely, if I already had access to the garage, I'd just grab the bulldozer and just shove it out. What are you stuck on? Okay. Alright, we can bang open the gates over here. If I had noticed, I literally could have just rammed the gates and they would have opened from me from the other side. Okay. This will be a little interesting. What I could probably do now is smack the gate to turn the van and open the gate up farther and then drag the van out the rest of the way. Okay. We just need to get it out of the way. We're gonna drag more out this way. All right. Not picky about which way it gets out here. Okay, let's drag this one out. Over here. Alright. Not too many more things to go out, and then we get another base. And then, like I said, I'm imagining we're going to be moving a lot of wood around on here. You think pulling this way, it'd have a tendency to get a little bit more out of the turning. Drag this one to this side of the road. It's already kind of facing this way. Okay. I see why it wasn't as smart to use this side of the road, as there's a really big curb and it's really doing a good job of keeping me from dragging it over there. Fine. Now you just go back in here. Keep hurling barrels and tires and all that sort of crap out of here. Alright, that didn't get nearly as much momentum as the barrel. The barrels, it looks like I genuinely can just do a drive-by and just swing it real hard, and they'll just roll it on out. Tires are too grippy. Alright. It also amused me the idea that you cannot use the garage until you get like a couple of tires and barrels out of there. Like, as if you couldn't get your bulldozer or whatever here and then deploy it and then push the stuff. You gotta move the barrels out of the middle space first. It'd be impossible to deal with otherwise. Alright. I'll need to clean that one up on the next pass. Actually drug it back in bounds. Okay. It's also interesting them giving us bases this fast on this mission, because a lot of the missions, that's one of the things that kind of hold you from getting all that stuff. You keep expecting the barrels to explode, and you mean all the things that video game teaches that? Oh yeah, like red barrels are always explosive barrels. That was, there's been a few like courses on game development, and kind of one of the things that, you know, both to caution against just accepting that people know certain things, and then also being careful about just using those things in a different way. And one of the examples I'll give you is like the red barrels, that when you see a red barrel in a game, players will just assume it's going to explode because that's what red barrels in games do. And so on one hand, people get surprised that they don't do that. But on the other hand, in a game, you know, if you haven't played a game either before or that has red barrels in general, you can't just assume the player knows that it's going to explode. So it's worth taking your time to set up a red barrel where the player shooting at something or doing whatever with something will likely hit a red barrel, causing it to explode before they're in danger, to, you know, learn that lesson. Hey, Rachel, how's it going? Alright, we'll drag this out the front. And then one of the ones they do as an example to, you know, show good game design is stuff like the old Mega Man games where you see the enemy, you see their attack before you can literally be in the way of its attack. Therefore, you can very quickly be like, alright, that's how that attack works. And they also have the advantage of having so few buttons involved in the games. Because you're talking like the old NES, SNES type controllers and all that. Not teaching the player how to use the buttons necessarily isn't that big a deal. There's just so few controls that you're just going to go through, and if button A doesn't work, you're going to push button B, quite literally, because they're A-B buttons. Whereas you can't really get away with that with a lot of modern game design stuff where, you know, say on your computer, you might have literally hundreds of possible buttons. So you can't just be like, hey player, figure out what button does that. There's a little bit more hand-holding required for stuff that isn't super intuitive. But then you get into the whole thing again about like intuitive stuff being intuitive usually just means you've played a game like that before. Not that it truly is intuitive. It's just familiar. It's one of the things that I get, like, I'll get the compliment every once in a while. We'll be playing a game for the first time, and then, you know, after, like, the initial figuring out the type of game it is, I'll do really well. And people are like, oh man, you pick up games so fast. Like, no, it's just familiar. Like, yes, it's my first time playing game X, but, like, the mechanics in this game are similar to game Y. So even though it's my first time playing that individual game, the experience does translate. Well, that's concerning. We don't have to get it all the way in here. Let's just try ramming it into that corner. Because it looks like this is going to fight me more than the other ones. Yep, you'll be looking for yellow ledges to climb on. Yeah, no, I know that's like one of the memes going on, the whole yellow paint kind of thing. And I've kind of mentioned the whole thing that the comparing modern games, the high fidelity and all that versus, you know, games in the past that had the one lamp that showed you where you needed to be at. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You know, you got that dimly lit room that has like the one light going on the phone that you need to interact with as your cue. Versus like yellow painting around the table, whatever. It's much harder to do that kind of stuff. Where if you think back to like the old Half-Life games, you go into the control room and there's like one computer in the whole room with a big red button, and that whole room might have 10 objects. And then like, you know, 10 objects, maybe 2 light sources, like a global light source and then a light source at the console itself. But nowadays, when you look down like a road in a map, there might be on your screen over 100 light sources to deal with, and well into the tens of thousands of objects. And so it's just much, much harder to communicate to the player, this is the important thing. And the reality is you end up having to be a little less subtle and a little less subtle and a little less subtle until it can be a little jarring at times. But that's just kind of one of the consequences of all those high fidelity graphics, you know, multiple lighting, better shading and all that, is the environment is so much richer that to make something stand out, you have to put that much more into it. In a lot of games, what they will do is they will have some highlight color, i.e. the yellow paint. That is the, hey player, pay attention to this kind of thing. And you can have games where it is, like, around exploration and discovery, absolutely. Not saying you can't. It's just harder.
The dam has suffered some breaches, so we need to go check it out. Also, Sandwing is suffering a blackout, either because of the earthquake or flooding, or maybe both. Can you take a look at the local power line and see if there's any damage? We also need you to bring a backup generator from the machine yard to the municipal transformer station. That should give them some power until the grid is completely restored. And if that isn't enough work for us, the pipes near Sandwing have burst, making the roads impassable. We need to replace the burst pipes with new ones, which you can get from the machine yard.
Okay. So, what she's basically saying is everything is broken and awful. Fix everything. Check. We are going to start with the objectives that are just drive around. Okay, because we have the other scout vehicle over there. Talk about work overload. To be fair, this one's kind of a weird one, and it's not a disaster, it's like a double disaster. That we have, for the initial disaster, you've got there was an earthquake, which compromised the entire area. Fair enough. But then following up with the earthquake is because the dam was damaged and they had really bad water, really bad rain. It ended up causing the dam to rupture, and then the reservoir dumped out. So it's kind of, you know, your disasters compounding on your disasters. So I'm actually kind of finding this one interesting, because that isn't unusual for when you have a disaster situation. That, like, one of the things that make hurricanes, for example, so rough and scary and all that, is a hurricane isn't just, oh, you're gonna have some real bad wind. A hurricane is like, hey, what if, hear me out, you had severe wind damage, and flooding, and tornadoes, and just thunderstorm, all kind of mashed into one really bad time. Because for those who don't know, the northeast quadrant of hurricanes, the leading quadrant, you get really, really bad tornadoes in it. So, where people are like, what's worse, a hurricane or a tornado? It's a trick question, because the answer is a hurricane, because it comes with tornadoes. Yeah, you're from Florida? Yeah, no, I gotcha. I'm Central Florida myself. It's like how Eastern Europe got hit by a hurricane in Incommunicado. Yeah. So it's interesting with that one, is Incommunicado. So from what people were saying is that is a thing that they do get hit with tropical cyclones. That, you know, a lot of times they wouldn't call it a hurricane, but it is a tropical cyclone. That's apparently an actual thing that happens in Europe. It's not, it's just something I've been blissfully unaware of. And so it's kind of one of those things that anywhere you've got warm water, like a large volume of warm water, you can get tropical cyclones. Because all that causes a tropical cyclone is a lot of warmth and a lot of humidity. You get those two together, you're making a place where tropical storms, you know, cyclones, whatever, can happen. Because that's literally the fuel. So it's just not a thing that ever struck me that you would get those in the Mediterranean. My assumption is they don't typically get as strong as just a very large generalization. Just because, you know, you've got like crossing the entire Atlantic and having all that opportunity to build up power versus, you know, the Mediterranean is, you know, obviously a large body of water, but compared to the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean, relatively small. Alright, so we're clearly going to have trucks leave this spot. One thing I'll say about this map is most of the other maps we've had roads going everywhere. Finding roads that aren't completely demolished and unusable, there is not many of them. Alright, Luxray, you rest well. I'm glad you got good news and everything. You definitely could you know, benefit from a bunch of rest. Where am I hitting? Oh, there's a tree stump. Is it typhoons in the Pacific? Their version of hurricane? I always thought, and thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream, I always thought it was typhoons in the southern hemisphere and hurricanes in the northern hemisphere, but I could be entirely wrong. Because I was pretty sure it was a north-south thing versus Pacific versus Atlantic thing. Because, yeah, because Hawaii gets hit with hurricanes and Hawaii is in the Pacific. Because the thing between the two of them, one rotates one way normally and one rotates the other. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. They talk about Japan being hit with typhoon. I have no idea north or south of the equator where Japan lies. In all honesty, it's just nothing I've ever looked at. I thought it was south, but I have zero confidence in one way or the other. Like, that's just me kind of just trying to go by memory. Because I know New Zealand and Australia are in the southern hemisphere. Seem to call anything off the coast of Asia typhoon. Interesting. They are north of the equator? Okay. Huh. That said, for most purposes, there isn't a meaningful difference between the two to my knowledge. They're both tropical cyclones that get real nasty and do a lot of damage. And I believe the way they do damage is pretty much identical. Lots of flooding, a decent amount of wind damage. I would assume they also get tornadoes, but I'm not very knowledgeable on typhoons. It's just not a thing I gotta worry about in day-to-day life, so it just doesn't stick in my brain. Okay, so we're almost here to, I believe we were heading towards the dam that was damaged. It'll probably be fine. Okay. Just gets up here, the whole thing's gone. I mean, that's looking pretty bad.
With the dam's water gate. We can't lift it because there's debris in the way. And even if there was no debris, there's still no power. But we can clear out the debris and bring over the backup generator. Also, you don't have to do this, but it would make it easier for all of us if you flexed your muscle around here a bit. All you need to do is fill the sand pit and repair the road sections. Then plan a route for our convoy from the tunnel exit base to the dam area.
Okay. We are definitely getting more objectives coming faster than I can get them done. Alright, so this one, the Lynx appears to be on this shore. So let's go drive down there. Hey, Redcaster, how's it going? Yeah, it definitely looks like we're just getting one objective after another objective after another objective. It's fine. Like, each objective I'm finishing, she's giving me, like, 3. I'm honestly curious to look at our quest list real fast. Oh, yeah, there we go. Surprisingly not that many side objectives, but we're getting a pretty good list of objectives going. I'm trying to do the exploration ones first. Like, get her bearings around the map and all that. Alright, so that's... Oh, is that not as deep as it looks? There's no way we could just drive across that, right? Are you actually okay? I was a little surprised. I saw the body of water and I was like, But no, we can apparently cross this one. I assume this is one that we would ultimately make a road across kind of thing, where we dump the sand in, get that sorted. Alright, so we're almost over here. Trying to get up and out of this. Got a little bit of a road over here. And then with that, I believe that'll be the last just drive around mission we've got. Okay, well, it's not quite an amphibian, but it's pretty close. Gonna have to have you keep it in English. Just those things that I have an obligation to moderate, and I can't moderate if it's non-English. So we're gonna go ahead and delete that message. So unfortunately, I do have the requirement to keep it in English and all that. All right, so this will be the rusted version. And then the idea is this is going to be able to drive really deep in the water. I am going to deliberately just drive it straight into the water. Because my assumption is we'll still just drown it here. But how deep can we go? Pretty deep. Pretty deep. Pretty sure we're dead. We just died. Not really. That's not a mechanic in the game. But nevertheless, you can get that thing. We didn't start flooding until it got like over the hood of the car, like the cabin. The snorkel was just a tear above. Needless to say, the river is deep enough we can't just blast across it, which is kind of what I was expecting. Alright, so let's start doing a little bit of an evaluation of what we want to do so far as our paths. So, I don't know where we actually will want bridges and all that. I feel like this seems like a good place for a bridge there. Sorry. That way, later on, we can get to and from the island without a problem. We've got a bridge spot that's there. That's one of those ones that's like super painfully obvious that they've got that all set up. This is all fine. All of these areas are water. We don't have any obvious bridge places I saw along here. That one already has a bridge. That one already has a bridge. And I don't see much of a reason to send that over there. So I think it's just that bridge spot and that bridge spot makes sense to me. As far as roads go, we've already got a bunch that are already objectives. So let's start at this garage and work our way out. So with that, I'm going to need to build a pretty dang long road there. Do we have sand available in the whole range? Yes, we do. I've got a lot of money, so it's burning a hole in my pocket. So let's definitely do that. So we're going to go ahead and buy the links right now, because I'm sure with that being on this map, we're going to definitely need it. I've got 60,000. What's the next vehicle I don't already own? Because we are getting down... Oh, I'm still on scouts. Because we are getting down to the point that there's just not many vehicles left in the game that I don't already own. Like, we're kind of just grabbing random, like, tree carriers and all that. So that's 65,000. I don't have the money, but we can go ahead and grab one of these. Because there is an achievement for getting every single vehicle. Alright, so with this, we're going to start this process by grabbing the dump truck. Now, I've got this dump truck. I've got the big, heavy dump truck that carries the most. Since we are in range of the other one, I'm actually going to go with the treaded one, I think. For this particular situation. Let's go ahead and click on the road here. And choose to track that objective. Game resets, all your progress is gone. Luckily, so it's not, it's a thing they could do better, is the way I'll phrase it. One thing they've got is when you play multiplayer, it asks you if you want to keep the multiplayer progress of a map. So if you start a new map multiplayer, you've got to be extra careful if you've already finished that map and now you're playing with a friend, that you say no, unless you want to lose progress in your map. Okay. Not going as smoothly as I'd like. Kind of feeling like I like the other dump trucks more. I wanted to try it because this one I'm like, okay, we're dealing with all this muck. These treads should work really well. But then for like the steering side of it, it's like, it's not as good as like dumping with the turn with how much it just swings the entire back different ways. It's going to take an adjustment. That's okay. Hey, Captain Corgi. Thank you so much for the lurk. Hope you have a good day finishing your work and all that good stuff. Always good to have you. Alright. But that's fine. We'll just get this all loaded up. Once we get this all sanded up real fast, we can just level it out pretty quick with the bulldozer. Get the other stuff for laying the actual asphalt and all that done. Realistically, from what I'm seeing, it's looking like the idea is I'm building a road to that spot where I crossed before that's super mucky and hard to cross. It didn't tell me I need to build a bridge there, but let's be honest, it's pretty obvious I need to build a bridge there for whatever comes next. My only hope is that if that is the case, they don't give me the mission to build the bridge after I build the bridge and then the first bridge not count. We ran into that with a road way earlier in the game that I built a road in an area that I was like, oh, this is a bad spot, let's just build the road here. And it was those things that later on, they were like, hey, build a road in the same spot. And it was because the road I had built was ever so slightly shorter than the area they wanted me to build the road. And it wasn't the end of the world, I just had to like kind of go back and, you know, finish the edges up again. But it was still kind of annoying that it's like, well, I did that. I'm also curious, if I did build a road directly over the place they wanted me to build a road later, would it count if I did cover the entire distance? Or would it be one of those things that, like, because maybe the height would be wrong or something else like that, the chances of it working out being low? I honestly don't know. I honestly probably should have just gotten the much bigger dump truck and just used it. I've also heard a lot of people, for the sand step of building the road, do hand it over to the AI just because the AI doesn't have to re-top off the sand. And so you can just say dump the sand, it just kind of cruises along and just does it. Whereas for the player, you see I have to, you know, dump the sand, lower the trailer, refill, wait till it's full, do it again. And it's not the end of the world, but the AI being able to skip that. It'd be weird if, when it comes to people like speedrunning this game, that it is just to speedrun it, you just grab the AI and be like, do this for me, and run off and do something else. It makes sense if that's the case, because even if it does it poorly, if you could do it asynchronously, there's a lot of benefit for that in a lot of games when it comes to trying to do things quickly. This is a long road. Getting like weirdly caught up on the edge there. Okay, I think it's just around that next bend. And then this part's done. Okay. Ooh. I've got a bunch of tree stumps in the way. And just straight up trees. So I didn't see that from the overhead. I'm going to have to go get my logging stuff. That's fine because I put down what's going to be a wood bridge ahead of it. So I need the logs anyways. But this does mean we'll probably need to get out our stump grinder, which I haven't done since we got the big one. And I will need to cut down the trees and all that. Because don't get me wrong, some of these treaded vehicles I can just push down even the big trees. It's just, if I need the wood anyways, I need to get that sorted. Alright, well let's go grab that. All right, so let's get an idea. Okay, so we got a couple of trees here, and how many logs do I need for this bridge? So I need 8 logs for that bridge. Okay, let's pop down here, grab you, grab our logging stuff. This is our actual thing for cutting the trees. Let's get you into position. Because then we'll cut down the trees, we will grab the thing. We'll grab the thing for grinding down stumps. And whether or not we really need to, I'm going to grind the stumps because we haven't done it in forever. And I want to. So the AI puts down sand, you can just watch it. Or you can go on and do something at the same time. I believe you can go on to do something at the same time. I haven't 100% tested that, but I believe it is something you can be like, AI, do this, and go about your business. I could be wrong on that one, because I only did it, I think, 2 different times I've, handed the AI over. Mostly just to be like, hey, let's test it. Because people are going to be curious about that kind of thing. So we found a pretty benign road and just chucked it down and said, hey, just do it. Alright. So we're just gonna get across here. I'm gonna dump the logs just in the middle of the way. We're not gonna bother like trying to pile them all up like we did previously. With all these tree stumps and everything here, I think it's gonna get a little obnoxious with that. And we'll try and stump grind around all the not knocked down trees. And go from there. You know, I just realized I should have taken the brand new tree cutter we got. The fancy one. I'm already here, so I'm just gonna keep doing what we're doing. Okay. Do you have a stump remover? Yes. I just need to go grab it. At this point, I've got a vehicle to do, like, every job in the game. Okay. At this point, that's 4 logs. We need 8 for the bridge. Okay. Honestly, I'm probably gonna get enough logs just being a bit aggressive on our tree cutting over here. But as cutting all the trees in range, I should have some logs to spare. And also make it easier for me having vehicles go by and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Looks like 3 more and then it'll be clear. It's interesting that the road ends there and not has me go a little bit farther, just because it ends and then like dips down immediately. Okay, let's get you out of the way now. Alright, so next up, let's go down here to the base again. We are going to need something to haul stumps. Like you've got... Oh, the Greenway is also a stump. That's fine. So you're the 50,000 one. Yeah, let's grab the Greenway. Where'd you go? There you are. So I want to grab all the trees, at least, well actually grab 8 trees. We won't worry about grabbing all the logs right away. Because I'll probably grab the extras and bring them back here as opposed to trying to get them to the other side kind of thing. Because we have kind of learned if I do stuff like I build a bridge and it takes 7 logs and I have 10 logs in there, sometimes the other 3 logs become inoperable. I don't know if they fixed that with the last update, but we had that happen with steel bars, which wasn't a huge ordeal, it just cost me 1 more trip. But I could definitely see it annoying if you went and you grabbed a ton of materials to knock out a bunch of missions at once. Alright, so we have to fight a little bit with the logs here, but I didn't want to get the stump grinder first, just because you can run into problems with the stump grinder where you'd accidentally grind up the logs I want to pick up. You can't go lower? Okay, 1 second. What's interesting is this is one of the only vehicles that has a crane that I have not noticed an anchor on it of any kind. Okay. Apparently I opened it too, like I moved it too aggressively and it clipped to the side of the claw. I did not judge that well. All right. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe. My brain wants to think it's 5, but I only see 4. Let's see. Yeah, there's one more down there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven and 8. Okay, let's drive these over real fast to drop off. I see at least 3 more logs. Then what I might do is I might drop these off real fast, then grab the 3 logs and just chuck them in here and just drive, get it out of the way. Just so that when we go and take the mulching stuff and all that, we don't lose them. Okay. Now, one good news thing I remember from the beginning of the game is I believe they made a whole thing that said, hey, if you tear down a bridge you built, you just get the resources back. What I don't know is, does it leave the resources at one of the sides of the bridge or go back into your storage? I imagine it goes back into your storage just for pragmatic reasons. But still, that would be a thing to consider with all this. Is if we do get a mission after this, it's like, hey, you need to build a bridge and it doesn't count what we got because, like, it's not quite lined up or whatever. Okay. Watching another train goes back to the inventory? Yeah, that's what I was figuring. Good to have that verified, though. That makes sense. Because if it did go back to one of the endpoints, I could see you getting that weird problem where it's on the wrong endpoint and then you have to, like, pick it up and just move it that much farther away to, like, get it resolved. So it's like the returning it back to your storage, like the safe one. Even if not realistic or whatever, you know, but realism doesn't matter. Game's gotta be fun. And I believe all the rest of the ones we see on the side here are not real logs as far as they can't use them as resources. So let's get you out of the way. And next vehicle up, we're going to go down here. And finally, after all this time, use this mulcher, which is bigger than the one we started with, while also looking weirdly adorable. Let's get all these tree stumps out of the way. I do appreciate that we have not had many times where I've had to do any type of real forestry. Like, we had the mission they introduced it to, and I've chosen to do some extra one for using wood bridges as opposed to concrete bridges. But by and large, I've not had many cases where trees or stuff were in the way. Not really. Okay. Have to change the angle to get those two. Okay. will say, this thing tears up the terrain real bad. Luckily, we're about to put a bunch of sand on it anyway, so whatever. Okay, get this one on the left. Then got one over here, and then get rid of that next one at the left on the end. Oh, that log over there on the side is real. And so's that one. So let's grab those real quick. Alright, get you out of the way. Get those two other logs that I had missed. Because I'm sure we're going to be building quite a few bridges through all this crap, so if I could save myself cutting extra trees effort-wise. I believe it was this log over here was legit. Can you plant trees? No. But there's so many trees in the game, there'd be no real reason to. That is sloppy job, and I know it. Cut down trees. I'm sure there will be people to see how far they can push that. There's a lot of room for if you want to do like the really over-the-top play styles of, you know, salvaging everything on a map, repairing every road, like really just kind of going to completely redoing the map. There definitely seems to be lots of room for being able to do that kind of thing in this game. So cut down all the reachable trees, that kind of thing. I don't know if there's any limits to any of that. But if there is, they're not super obvious. There we go. And what I'll do for right now is I'm just going to drive this back to the other side. Or just drive off the side here. Grab the dump truck and get back to work. No more trees, just erosion. But yeah, now it's one of those things like, is there a reason to do it? Not really. You could take all the wood and then sell all the wood for money, but money's not really that big a deal in the game. At no point have I done anything to like grind money in any capacity. And yet we've done really kind of okay the whole game. There are just a few things I can't quite afford, but I've got this map we've just started, and I've got another whole map after that. And so I very genuinely see that if we can't buy everything just with that, we'll be pretty close. And I've never felt like, oh man, I really need insert the next thing. Like it'll make like it'll be very important. There's certainly some of them that would be helpful in certain circumstances, but the game doesn't put you in a position where it's like you really kind of need machine X to deal with problem Y. Even with just the rusted stuff, you can get through probably most of the game without too much of a headache. At some point, you'd certainly want to buy vehicles. Alright, almost there. This might be the most involved road we've made that we've actually had to pave. Hey 11, how's it going? Just the sense, it's a fairly long road. We had to cut down trees, we had to get rid of stumps. Like it's just been the whole thing. Alright, and this should be probably the last load. Okay, get you out of the way. Alright, next contestant, we get the bulldozer. Then go here, bulldozer, do that. Alright. And I want to say this isn't even considered a main objective, this is like a secondary objective. But I'm already imagining we're probably going to get a route. I've noticed a lot of the secondary objectives you kind of really do need to do. Like, they'll save you pain later a lot of the times. Not always, some of them are entirely just something to do for your own want. But there's definitely a lot of them. It's like, build a bridge here. And you'll be like, oh, maybe, maybe not. And then, like, the next main objective will be like, okay, get a route from A to B. And you're like, all right, well, that bridge in that spot is going to be absolutely critical to not make that absolutely awful to deal with. Alright. And I'm going to go one way up and one way back. I'm not going to try and do like the split width I've been doing on a lot of these. It's just a very, very long road. But I do think I need to do the one way up, one way back because the road's going like this the whole way because of the sand piles. And now cut that down a lot. Alright. And then we just got get the asphalt layer and the roller set up and get this first segment of road. And now we gotta take all of it on to the next segment of road, which is up the ways a bit more. Hopefully not as far as a run as this one is. But I do think this is going to be a map that's going to be a lot of just larger projects like this because of how much of it's just completely flooded out. So I think we're going to see a lot less of the all-terrain kind of problems that we deal with where we have to like get up on the main ridges and move around. I think you'll see a lot less of that and a lot more of just taking flooded areas and making whatever infrastructure I need just to be able to reach the other side without being a whole big chore. I'll do a third pass just because I know I'm going to need the bulldozer on this side. I might as well do that before we pave. But like I said, I'm not going to do these side-by-side to widen the road like you usually do. We're just going to try and level it out the best we can. Okay. I know another thing they did in the last update is they toned down the amount of rain. That, like, when it was doing the weather of deciding what weather was going to be going on, that it just had, like, a really high chance of rain being what was selected. So in practice it meant you got, like, a little smattering of sunshine, and then rain, and then rain, and then rain, and then rain. And then maybe after a long while you might get a little spell of sunshine again. Okay. And we just drive you right back across, and then we'll ditch it on the other side and go grab the thing for laying asphalt. And it'll just be one way, like we'll just take the asphalt thing to the end there, and then the roller to the end there, because there's no reason to go back and forth. Making this one lane wide, we're going to keep it at that. These 3 passes alone are already going to make the sandbar part of this pretty widespread. Okay. I'm also waiting for one of them to go like the dotted line's red again because I'll have plowed away too much of the sand that's not high enough anymore. I've not run into that problem, but in theory it should be a problem that can happen. What I do think I'm going to do though is when I get to the far side and I drop this off, before we start with the asphalt, I need to use a restroom and we're about to hit an ad break anyways. So I'm going to go do that real quick. I'm also going to try and quickly sneak in a bite of food from my dinner. But I'll keep it down to the ad break time. I'm curious how long this map will take. Because with projects this scale, it wouldn't take nearly as many mission objectives to make this take longer. That said, I also got to keep in mind we had a whole lot of scouting missions that we knocked out at the beginning. I don't know when they plan these maps out if they have like some standard they're going for. It's like, oh yeah, a map should be somewhere in the area of like 80 missions, or how any of that works. I genuinely don't know. Alright, so with that, chat, what's going to quickly happen here is I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? I'm about to go. Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh geez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most of the way back up on her feet, I was like, wait a sec, did I literally just get away with this? Zidian's like, if. Okay. So we got 33,000 users on our malware. You heard me. I should tell the sad news. No, no, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run, and that's how you die. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there. Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Alright, and we are back. Took a little bit longer than I planned because I did quickly get a little munch on because I was really hungry. I just want to quickly get a bite to eat. Make sure that happened. Because you do need to eat, keep everything goes. Well, thank you for the welcome back. You're legally allowed to eat. Yeah, no, I get that. But it's a whole balance when you're being a content creator that the reality is, you know, if you're not providing the entertainment people want, then they go find it. So that's the whole, it's a whole catch-22 of it. While people understand and support it, it's also a thing that some number of people taking an extra minute or two does mean they will go, you know, tune into someone else, which is fine. Yeah, I realize that. I realize the people who are regulars who are here all the time, that's the thing. You know, it's nowhere near as big a deal. But, you know, people are like, we're not getting... You can't stand quiet streams. It's like when you're saying a quiet stream where, like, the content creator just isn't talking. Like, just the gameplay is going on. Your BRB stream helps. It does. Like, if you're not talking... Well, that's kind of a thing, is when you really boils down to it, like, what content creation is providing entertainment. Now, granted, there's, like, the sense of community and yada yada. Like, that's all part of it, sure. But ultimately, it's entertainment. Whether it's, you know, more slapstick, active, whatever entertainment, or more, like, informative entertainment. There's, like, lots of different approaches. But, yeah. But it is a mistake I've seen a lot of much smaller creators make. That it kind of goes into two different areas. That either one, they'll just play the game and not really interact with chat in any meaningful capacity. You know, not really have a discussion or everything. That they have this assumption that them playing the game is enough. But even when you look at, like, some of the people who are, like, the best of the best in a game, that they're, like, at that higher level, even them, for, like, a lot of them to have much following on their channels, they also have to be entertaining still. And honestly, like, that top of the lot, like, top-notch gameplay is a thing, but usually you still want them talking in some capacity. You know, whatever it is they're offering so far as that, whether it's commentary about what they're doing, they're planning, or just, like, shooting the breeze, or whatever it is. So it's kind of one of those things that very genuinely, the channels that get viewership, you gotta have that angle. It's also a thing that's really easy, especially when you're, like, really at the beginning. You're trying to get those first 5 average viewers. It's really easy to find yourself in a position where no one's really watching you, but you've got to continue to interact as if you've got an active chat and all that kind of stuff going on. Because when someone joins their channel, by the time you realize they're there, they've already been watching you for 10, 15, 20, 30 seconds or more. And if you're just sitting there in silence, they're already looking for the next stream, because that's not what they're here for, is to sit for silence. So it can be really difficult for people who are first starting out, that you're just kind of talking to an empty room. You know, in the off chance someone pops in. You can't imagine streaming and not interacting with chat. If you don't want to interact with people while you're playing a game, you just do it alone. Yeah, it's difficult, because again, it's those things like staying engaged for long periods of time, especially when you're playing a game like, not this one, but something like Factorio or Project Zomboid or one of these other games that you kind of have to, like, focus in a little bit to, like, either work through a complex problem, or, you know, it's a game that is very punishing if you make a mistake. Like Noita would fall in that one. Although very punishing if you make a mistake. That you can kind of get zoned in on the game and kind of not really react or not really communicate with the audience much. And it's not even a deliberate thing, it's just you kind of hyper-focus. Let's see, what you dislike is someone tell a streamer to be... Oh, no. If someone's, like, stop talking, like, depending on context, like, it's not that we necessarily skip to the ban. Like, that's a one that comes up every once in a while, at the start of chat, like someone wants to see the game, which is fair enough. That's a reasonable thing to want to see the game. But, you know, they'll be in the very, you know, shut up kind of thing. Well, that's interesting. So, oh, okay. I was about to say, like, they had the road icon, and I wasn't actually seeing the road ping. I was like, where do you want me to take it? But yeah, that's, that actually happens quite a bit, that you'll have someone pop in, it's like, lol, stop talking. And usually when that does happen, I'll kind of go out of my way to drag out that part a little bit longer. Because I don't want to reward that behavior. And also, rude. Alright, so where's the one that is the quarry? It's you. We have not used this vehicle yet. Unable to activate. Place screener on sand surface to activate quarry function. Yeah. Exactly, Burning Sun. Stop talking, play the game for me, dance monkey dance. And it's one of those things that also, like, very genuinely, most channels, like, my usual comment is, like, if you want to just see gameplay, you're just trying to shortcut to gameplay as fast as possible without any conversation or anything, what you're looking for is what's called a YouTube video. You're not looking for a stream. You're looking for a YouTube video. Because that's where it just gets right to the gameplay and it skips the downtime, you know, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's actually a big thing that there's a lot of reasons why people tend to have intros on Twitch, and sometimes fairly long intros. And a big reason that boils down to is at the beginning, when I hit that go live button, it takes a while for people to see the notification, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so I haven't messed with this.
I'm seeing a lot of obstacles in your way here. The forest being one of them. But up ahead, I spy what looks like a great spot for a bridge. If a certain driver/hero were in the mood for building one. Hint, hint. Or you could carve out a path through the trees so you can build a road. Ever wanted to be a lumberjack? Now's your big chance.
So wait. She's telling us, it's like, on one hand, she's like, there's a good place for a bridge. Or we can go through the trees. But the quest itself is go through the trees. Like, it's not going to accept it if we don't do it the other way. Now, that said, she isn't wrong. I could go, boom. Oh, apparently I can't take that one. Well, you lied. Because you're hinting that this is a good spot for a bridge. I mean, unless you expect me to put a bridge there and then put another one there. You can't stand her voice? It's interesting that there's a lot of people who really like her, and there's a lot of people who really don't. Now I'm just gonna set this thing out of the way. I'm not gonna fight with it. We'll take the bigger dump truck, we'll drive it over there. Let's see, so we can go to here. Retain you. It's just gonna get stuck there, it's gonna be a pain. So I've got the sand quarry up here for only 4 resource. And this road is a pretty long road. We'll work first on getting this out of the way. I'm just a little amused at how much he was like, you know, hint, you should build a bridge and all that. And then also we don't... Like, I actually would have been okay with it. It's like, you know, get a path from A to B, and you get to choose your destiny, as it were. It might just be that the engine doesn't support that the way it's implemented. But, like, for the actual objective, it's just telling us to build a road. Basically, she's like, please don't deforest the forest. I'm like, yeah, but you're giving us a mission objective to do it. I gotta tick the boxes. You don't want me to not tick the boxes. That'd just be weird. The same plan as last time. We're gonna go up here. We're gonna chop a wide path through the trees for where the road needs to be. I don't think I'm gonna bother picking up all the logs now. I'm gonna try to put the logs maximum extension away from the road spot and just leave them on the ground. And then if I need more wood for bridges anywhere near here, then we can go grab them from there and bring them where they need to be. Or if for whatever reason I gotta drive the truck through that, we'll deal with that as well. Alright, I meant to... You know what, Chad? I'm going to do something. Let's get this out of the way. I want to test out our new tree cutter we got. I know that means I'm going to drive the other one over here. But I got it, and then I didn't use it. So I've got those ones. It's this one. Oh, that's not a tree cutter. Never mind, we're good. It's a thing for picking up logs. That's fine. They also had the tree cutter where it's got the big long arm with the 2 wheels on the end, and then the saw spot where, you know, it spits the tree through again and again to do all the stuff it needs to. Okay. This is also one of those jobs I could see having multiple people involved to be really good. Because no matter if both people were cutting trees, or one was cutting and the other was grinding stumps, or one was cutting and the other was loading them up, it wouldn't matter which set you did. There's lots of rooms for people to multitask in this situation. Okay. All right. And one of the other things, if I remember correctly, if you dump sand on the trees, it just tips them over and kills them. I'm betting that works with the stumps as well. That I might literally be able to just drive along, dump the sand on the trees, and then the stumps just pop over. It might also be worth checking if we have another mission I could do super fast to deliver something and maybe get a little bit of the fuel resource so I can open up the quarry on the other end. It'll make our life easier. Because I didn't really see a spot I could put the, like the mobile quarry thing. Okay. Okay. I have no idea how many logs we're getting out of this, but it's plenty. Okay, it's out of range, so we'll leave it alone. Okay. Alright. Gooch on up here. Shouldn't be too much longer till we get past this forested part. That is a lot of wood. I think it's more than I could probably load up in our trailer by the time we're done here. Okay, just over that last hill is the other side of the road. Got the one behind me. Is anyone wondering you don't hate trees? You're quoting one of the things. Oh yeah, no, it's a meme on the channel for those who don't know. Like, I don't actually hate trees, but in Project Zomboid, zombies can pass through trees silently sometimes, giving you literally no chance to respond. And so it's become a meme within the Project Zomboid community that the trees are actually in league with the zombies. That they're out to get you kind of thing. And so it's just become a meme on the channel to not trust the trees. There's also a lot of games that trees will screw with you, like a lot of simulation games. You have to worry about like trees doing all sorts of weird physics stuff, and then you have like survival crafters, which you play a decent number of, where you have to worry about the trees collapsing on top of you, and where the trees speaking zombish. It's what they do. Yeah, so in video games, trees can be pretty horrible. I bet you I probably could have cut down that tree. It's fine. It's already destroyed now, so it doesn't matter. You relate the tree trauma from Zomboid as well. Oh yeah, no, it's so I used to hold a world record in Project Zomboid, and in that record run we're playing at the max of population, and myself and another big name creator in Project Zomboid were having a discussion about like what was the most dangerous place on the map, and it was funny because they stipulated that in their belief the most dangerous place on the map was the prison in Rosewood. This is going before Louisville existed. That they went and was like, no, it's the prison in Rosewood. I absolutely acknowledge, like, yeah, prison in Rosewood, very dangerous place. But I said, for me, if we're talking higher populations, especially if you've been alive for a while, it's not even the secret military base itself, it's the road to the secret military base. Because if you're playing in higher than default populations, that road to the secret military base could get utterly gnarly. And there's too many zombies for you to just drive past and ignore them. So you end up having to just very, very slowly work your way through it, where you've got this narrow path with trees growing in it, so you gotta like chop down the trees so you can get your vehicle through because it's just such a long route. And the whole time, you know, zombies are just literally popping out of the trees all over the place. So it's this very slow, high-stress thing the entire way. Versus, I do agree for the, like, in-your-face danger that the prison is the worst at the time, because it was you just went in there and it's high stress. But the reason why I considered the secret military base paths as way worse was just because, you know, on like 16 times pop, you can fight along that path and it literally take you like an in-game month or two of just fighting every inch of the way. Versus the prison, even on 16 times pop, you're gonna knock it out in, you know, once you're at the building, like just a day or two when you're in the dangerous part. And then you can also do a lot of stuff to make noise to draw a lot of zombies out of it. So with preparation, you can make it pretty okay. Now, the irony was, so I said, you know, and I would put, like, at the time, I would have said the prison was the second most dangerous, and I'm willing to bet the individual probably would have said that the secret military base route was the second most dangerous, based on their observations. The irony was, he died on that road, like, to the military base that I said I felt was the most dangerous, and then I died at the prison. Now, granted, I didn't even die at the prison in the dangerous spot. I died in the parking lot. And it's just one of those things that there was so many corpses, a living zombie got hidden among the corpses, and I didn't see it. So it wasn't even the thing that's supposed to be the thing that makes it dangerous. Alright, so let's go ahead and deliver the objects. So, those are at the machine shop. We need to build a bridge down here. How much material do I need a bridge for? 5? Okay. Hey, Wooden Gaming, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's perfect. Hope you had yourself a good stream, and thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. I assume you're playing more RoadCraft. Just guessing based on everything. How's 1.5 update going for you? I haven't particularly noticed a difference one way or the other, but I also didn't really have much of an issue on the previous version either. Oh, the road's way over there. Okay. Alright. Paper's nice for sure? Yeah. So I don't really have a good place to take the wood over here, unfortunately. So I'm going to grab just the 5 pieces of wood I have right now. We're going to cross the bridge, go to the other bridge, and the reason I'm kind of pivoting at the moment is I'd rather just get that sand quarry set up for the other road to make my life easier. So I'm just going to keep working on other projects in the meantime. But yeah, so check out WoodenCraft if you... Sorry, WoodenCraft. Wooden Gaming. If you're looking for more RoadCraft, because that's happening over there. Alright. So the idea being, until I need these other things for making more trees elsewhere, we're just going to push on and keeping things moving. So build the bridge over there. We've got tons and tons and tons of logs on the other side of this place. So next time I need logs, we just go over here. It's actually marked it on the map, by the way, that this area, right over here, has tons of logs. So if later on I need wood, instead of going around and cutting down a ton of trees... Let's see, is that log truck nicer than the rusted one? You just did a mission where you unlocked it. I mean, all the not rusted ones are better than the nicer one, like the rusted ones. I wouldn't say it's like earth-shatteringly so. Okay, so you need to get down to there. I wouldn't say it's like earth-shatteringly so, but it is nicer. Right, and I'm not going to be able to take the actual bridge route here. Yeah, so we got to get around there. Yeah, so it looks like I just need to cut across this water, well, mud. Over to the other side where I can pick up the road. Because that's what I'm learning about this map, is this is the map that most of the roads are utterly meaningless because they're all destroyed. So it's not so much like the other map where it's like, oh, this road is just a little muddy and that road is, you know, covered in sand and this other road just has a bunch of rocks on it, like that kind of stuff. It's like the road is just gone. Just utterly gone. The water has claimed it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I do appreciate that the tree carriers really do a good job of cutting across mud. Yeah, all of the vehicles, the rusted version has lower stats than the not rusted version. Now, I'll definitely say some of the vehicles, the rusted versions, do well enough. So maybe it's not as big a deal, but there's definitely been some that like the difference is night and day between the rusted and the not rusted ones. I would say this is the one I haven't super noticed the difference. At the same time, it's also a vehicle I get to use very rarely. So I didn't have the I've been working with this a while. Let me do the comparison of now that I've switched. It's just, I make enough money, so if I don't own it and I have cash, I go get it. Well, I think this isn't... I should actually take this back. This isn't the not rusted one. This is the better logger one. But I did mess with the not rusted one as well. This is the, what is it, Greenway? So you can see like it has a completely different front to it. It's still got a pretty wide turn radius, but it's not as bad as the starting model, whether rusted or not. Yeah, basically, yeah, the tier 2, so to speak. You know, rusted being tier 0, the not rusted being tier 1, tier 2 being like the first upgrade. Yep, nope, that's all good. Alright, so let's get this in place to get this bridge built so we can do this this other mission. So I can hopefully get enough fuel to open the sand quarry and then use that sand quarry for whatever we need. It's worth noting there is concrete available just laying on the ground at this spot that I don't need to produce. So if we do find myself needing some concrete, we can go here and maybe have that lurker bench. Well, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Alright, so we've got that built. So let's just get you out of the way. So, with our objectives we had for that, I've got tons and tons and tons of objectives going on here. For you, it wants me to deliver 2 objects. We'll track that for right now. Both those objects are here, and I think they're both going up there. I do wish I could see what they are better. Okay, I think we can handle that by just grabbing you. Actually, do we have a garage nearby here? Probably this one's closer. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So with this, we can go down and grab the mule. Okay, so leaving here, I want to leave out... Oh, we could just leave out to the right, where that sand pit is, and then follow that. They'll take us directly across the road, or the bridge, and then for the bridge we could drive. That's not really a route out, but I'm going to use it as one. There we go. Yeah, so we can take the bridge across here, grab the 2 things, go drop them off where they're needed. Just knock out our mission objectives one by one until I get, I think it was only 4 fuel I needed for the quarry to the north. Unlock that quarry. Alright, that's worth noting. That realistically we'll probably eventually need to go in here. If we're going to convoy across and make a bridge, or make a, either a bridge or a road across that. That's actually a deep enough dip, I could probably just make a little tiny bridge for like 2, 3, 4 wood. Alright. Yeah, for those who missed what's happened on this map, there was an earthquake. It compromised a dam, and then we had some really, really heavy rain, and then the compromised dam failed because of it. Thinking to jump, but no water? Yeah. So compromised dam failed, so the reservoir drained into the lower lying area, and we are now trying to, you know, clean the area up, do what we can. We drove up to the dam, there's big chunks of it missing. Now, granted, the main structure's intact. I was kind of hoping you'd get up there and, like, the dam would be beyond any type of repair. And I'd be effectively, like, replanning the lower area, because I think that would be interesting. Alright, sorry about that. Good enough. And put you way in the back. Alright. So, we're going to our next spot. Probably cross the bridge we made first. So probably cross the bridge we made first. There isn't a really good direct route up to the construction. I mean, I don't want to go all the way out the way that way. Yeah, so probably go across the bridge, do the zigzag to get up here. The heck with it. We'll just try and go roughly straight at it. Cut through the trees where you can cut through the trees. Just use our best judgment, because there's not really any good route. All of the routes kind of zigzag all over the place. Okay. Then go up this path. I am not looking forward to the point when we have to start making our routes, because there is a lot of really muddy paths on here. Like a lot of really muddy paths on here. I'm just kind of accepting when it gets to that phase, it's going to be a lot of just ignoring the roads on the map, being like we're just making a road straight across, pave it up, be done with it. Because a lot of those roads are worse than the wilderness. Alright, we've successfully navigated across the woods into town. Alright, do we got a good route from town? Yeah, we do. Alright, so I just want to take that road over there. To the left. And then we basically got a straight shot right where we're going. Alright. Hey, Azrael, it's going really good. Can I get a shout out for Azrael, by the way? Another fantastic content creator who also plays a lot of simulation games, including RoadCraft and Farming Simulator 25 and a bunch of others. So, if you like the simulation genre, probably going to like what you find over there. Yeah, no, it's been good. So it's interesting. It says deliver object. Normally it has me put these in like a specific spot. So it is a little curious about just... He's like, no. You're good. Your nerves are starting to build up before Rotterdam. Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, no, I hope you have a good time. I know I've got a lot of friends over in Rotterdam right now, and I've definitely been like seeing the pictures come in and being like, but I want to be there.
On the upside, this area is rich in resources we can use. If you can gather up some wood and steel at the machine yard, we can put them to good use. We can send some resources upstream too. There's a dam in the next region that could use our donations. All you need to do is plot a course from the machine yard to the eastern tunnel.
Clear the area of objects. So, it looks like there might not be much there. Do I have a vehicle nearby? It's looking like there's not much there. I might just take this. and see if I can't just winch. It looked like some wheels of wire. You're having FOMO. You're going because everyone is gone in super early. Yeah, no, I had a picture with like a whole lot of friends I made on the platform, like all hanging out for like a meal together. I was like, no, I want to be there. Like, don't get me wrong, not going is probably the fiscally responsible thing for me to do and yada yada, but really kind of regretting it in the moment, even if I do acknowledge it's probably the correct thing for me to do in my current situation. That said, I'm probably going to TwitchCon US because I'm in the US, so it's a bit easier for me to do that. And hopefully I'll get to see a lot of them. I know with everything going on, a lot of people aren't going to the one in the US, which is a bummer. Yeah. Yeah, same. It just cost you just under $1,000. You only going Friday to Monday. You really couldn't afford to go longer. Yeah, traveling for conferences can be real expensive. It is one thing I miss about the stuff I used to do in my career, because I got to do a lot of travel for the conferences. And sure, you know, you'd travel for a week and all that. Hey, Lumberjack Samurai, thank you so much for bringing your viewers on over. I do appreciate that. For those on Twitch who have like, what's going on? YouTube side. It's basically their equivalent to rating. So thank you so much for that. It means a heck of a lot that you bring your people over. Tell them, like, if you gotta host and run, like, by all means, do what you gotta do, but you're obviously welcome to stay. But if you tell me a little bit about what you got going on over there, I'd love to get to know more. I am seeing a problem here. I'm gonna try to make this work, but it definitely feels like this is to force you to use the other vehicle. But thanks so much for bringing everyone over. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games on Twitch as well as YouTube. Twitch is my main platform, but I am on both. But, you know, thank you very much for all those follows popping over on the Twitch side. But, with all that, I do play like a lot of simulation games and all that. I'm most known for, I used to hold a world record in Project Zomboid for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, you'll notice there's a past tense on that. That record's been beaten. It was 135,121 zombies killed in one character, one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on sweaty tryhard settings. But I am a variety creator. I do a lot of games, including a lot of simulations, such as, you know, RoadCraft, SnowRunner, Farm Sim 25. I also do a lot of like Tycoon City Builder, Slice of Life, all that kind of stuff. I keep saying Snowcraft and it's still not a thing. I know I'm supposed to be taking the other scout, but I'm already here. So, you know, I'm gonna go with the strategy of location, location, location. But yeah, but welcome in everybody. It's good to have you. I need to be better on hosting on YouTube as well. I haven't figured out my end of stream workflow for getting like the YouTube host thing set up, the Twitch raid thing set up, all that kind of stuff like together, because it's one of those things that on the YouTube side, like the outro thing doesn't seem to work as well. So you gotta kind of like end that before I start trying to raid out on the Twitch side that normally have like my ending credits screen. And then I've got to figure out how I find people to host. That is an issue I've got to sort out. Been loving RoadCraft so far. Can't wait to see where they're taking it. Oh yeah, YouTube makes it so difficult that they're so annoying sometimes. Yeah, the comment I usually give is YouTube is still king for recorded video. Like that I feel like there's no contest. But when it comes to like live streaming, it does often feel like YouTube just kind of has the live streaming on life support because they feel an obligation to have it, you know, to put a check mark on a spreadsheet or something like that. But it's only on the rare occasion they seem to put any real effort into improving it. Not never. But it does feel like it's just something bolted onto the side of YouTube that maybe someday they'll improve. Which I would love for them to really improve it. I would like YouTube to be a strong competitor for Twitch on the live streaming side, because I think it would benefit both platforms, as, you know, they have to compete, like actually compete. Because it 100% they had something with the vertical live streams, then they nuked it for some reason. Oh yeah, no, I haven't done it in a while, but I had the stream set up where on the on both YouTube, well, so not on Twitch, but on YouTube I was streaming both the vertical and the horizontal, because at the time they were doing a promotion in the algorithm that they were just shoveling that stuff forward, and some of the numbers I was getting on the vertical were absolutely absurd. And then they kind of stopped that promotion, and then, like, vertical streams basically died on the platform. I missed what the comment was about the thing. Did you start the new map? I started this map maybe, what would you say, Chad? An hour and a half ago? 2 hours ago? Somewhere in that ballpark? So not just started it, but considering these maps do take a good amount of time, we've been in it a little while. I might be in trouble. Because they gave us a really, really, really good scout for going deep into the water. But then I wanted to see how far I could take it. And, in case you're curious, that's too far. That said, it genuinely didn't flood it until, like, it was basically reaching the top of the roof. It got pretty deep in there before it flooded. Way farther than I thought it would. But, you know, there was only one way to see its limit, and that was to exceed it. That's how you test things. Though, very clearly this mission I'm doing right now was meant for it, because it would just be able to drive out here with no issues. So I'm just kind of pushing this as far as I can, and I think we'll be able to get by. And I officially own all of the scouts in the game. This is actually the first mission I've used this is the DLC scout. This is the very first mission I used. It does feel a bit stronger than all of the other scouts, with the exception of the capability of that other one for going underwater. Like how far it can go before it drowns. But, it definitely feels like this one's a bit more powerful than the other options. It's got a wider wheelbase, so it's much harder to roll. And generally, it feels like it's got... It feels like the other scouts all might have something that they're slightly better at. Not all of them, but a bunch of them. But because this one does all of it just a hair less good than any of them, that it really doesn't feel balanced. Okay, and I think that might be the last piece of debris I gotta pull out of that drain. It's not struggling enough, please nerf. I mean, to be fair, it's always been a thing in the SnowRunner series and all that, where you get, like, the DLC vehicle and it's just a little bit on the overpowered side. Usually not to a point that's just gonna win the game for you or anything, but usually you're like, you know what? Just a little bit on the strong side. That's the only one I've used so far, was that one. I've heard the massive dump truck you get with the DLC is supposed to be pretty solid too. I haven't used it yet. Usually in these games I'll deliberately avoid the DLC vehicles when they tend to have them be a significant step stronger than the existing ones. This is weird having both YouTube and Twitch have almost the exact same viewership. I'm not used to this. Like, I have had it where YouTube has gotten higher viewership from a host before. But, like, almost exact same is a weird thing. Yeah, we already identified this spot's rough. You think last time you had that was Farm Sim 25's release? I didn't have that with Farm Sim 25's release. I did have it... Oh man, was it the, I think when Precision Farming dropped. Because a lot of people were skipping out on it. I did see, I'm not sure if you saw, Azrael, that, they did have a new update with Precision Farming that I believe it was the sowing and the cultivating contracts that weren't working are supposed to be working now with Precision Farming. As well as a bunch of other stuff, like a couple new vehicles and a whole bunch of other nonsense added. Oh, also, for creator things, they are doing points on Dare Drop for Farm Sim 25 in not quite a week. So if you're not familiar with Dare Drop, Azrael, that is effectively a sponsor opportunity. It's not as good as like your typical like traditional sponsorship kind of thing, but the Dare Drop is super low effort compared to an actual regular sponsor. So it'd be worth considering if you qualify and all that. Like I don't know what your setup is over there so far as any of that. I mentioned to a lot of people in my circles who I know play Farm Sim. Because yeah, we're having a sponsored Farm Sim stream on, I believe it's June 4th. Okay, so I need to get you to the dam. We'll cut across this way and just go up through here. Now check it out when you get back. Yeah. Well, you'll have to apply now because they will run out of spots. If you want to do that. Otherwise, it's just Dare Drop. It's just worth mentioning because I know all of us are trying to, you know, make it as creators and yada yada. So any opportunity to get paid for something you do anyways, well worth it. Or get paid for something that is in line with your normal content or whatever the words you want to go with. All the business side opens Dare Drop. Yep. When they offer the points, which is their way of getting you paid, that's usually something that goes fast. Unless it's particularly a game that you're like, or the people have particularly high requirements. I've seen that happen before where, you know, people are like, oh, for this you need to have an average viewership of like 1,000 viewers, and you're like some tiny little indie game. You're like, I bet you wish, I bet you wish you could get that, but you're gonna have to really adjust your expectations. Well, we just keep getting stuck at the same things at a weird angle, so it's... Oh, there, we just got rid of the tree. That's the easy problem. You just shove the tree until you're able to go through. I'm on the right area, right? Yeah, I gotta cut across there and then up. I did not take the most efficient route. But that's still my big comment about what separates this map from the other ones is with the flooding, the roads are useless. They just don't exist. You don't see the apply button anywhere? Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, because it had an apply button before. Maybe they already gave out all the sponsorship slots or whatever. It's also could be, like, I don't know how Dare Drop handles it on the UI side of, like, if they say, hey, you need a minimum 100 concurrent viewers or whatever their cutoff is. It could be that maybe you don't meet their cutoff. I have no idea how it looks in the UI versus like Keymailer and all that. Yeah, that could be it. Always worth checking. Some of those kind of things, they just really don't have much of a requirement. Some of them do. I'd say the vast majority of ones that have cutoff, it's almost always 75 and 100. Is usually the main cutoff. You'll have some that are randomly there, but that's usually right around where like most of them will put the cutoff, right in that you know, partner / just over partner range. That's where we get into the whole thing about, like, as content creators, when we get talking shop kind of thing, that it's always like, yeah, the thing that matters for, like, just about every opportunity is that concurrent viewership, unfortunately. So we always have to worry about that number, because it decides whether or not we get keys, it decides whether or not we get sponsorships, it decides whether or not we get, like, you know, as generous promotion on YouTube or Twitch or anything else. It's all about that average viewership, unfortunately. YouTube's a bit more complicated. YouTube does have a number of different factors it considers. But like Twitch, your immediate viewership gets you your where you're gonna land on the games page and all that, but then your average viewership plays into a lot of things. Like a lot of things. And while it shouldn't matter, definitely going to conventions and conferences for like Twitch and YouTube, if you got like your partner badge versus your regular one, you get treated different, and it shouldn't be that way. I've had one or two occasions where there was a staff member talking to someone and then saw that I was a partner, walked up and just immediately dropped what they were doing, kind of came over to me and like, you don't do that. It's like, I'll wait. Like, that person was here first, I'll wait my turn. You like how much I talk about the business side of things? Yeah, I try to be transparent. I do know it's a thing that it can actually sometimes hurt your channel to be a little bit too open about the whole how the sausage is made. And I do try to find like a balance there. But yeah, I do prefer to be a little bit open because, you know, there's a lot of people who don't really understand a lot of what goes into it. Not in like a good, bad way or otherwise, it's just people don't talk about it. You're not going to learn what people don't talk about. Okay, so you want 3 things of steel beams, which I do have a steel beams factory right there. And then you want me to bring 7 logs. So the good news is I have half a forest of logs already cut down up there. We got our vehicle there. And then we just need to get the steel beams. Let's start with the logs. Did we accidentally unset the quest? Yeah, so set that. Okay, so we're going back to where we just were to grab more logs. Speaking of opportunities, have you heard of or used Just About? I have no idea what Just About is, so no, I haven't. Is it something I ought to look at? I do find it amusing with some of these vehicles. You can have the parking brake on, and the engine's so powerful it just shoves right past it. I wonder if I can manage to... We're going to do some science here, chat. First, I'm going to grab those 7 logs. Then what I might do... Oh, you made $100 with Just. You're really happy with it. Ooh, what is it? I like money. Money's great. It can pay for goods and services. Alright. So it's a site that pays people for making content. Let's see. It's a site for making content. They give you challenges, games, and stuff. You submit the challenge and they pay you for it. Okay, so let me grab that name again. Just About. Let me grab that, because in the event that Just About, like, if I'm going to be playing a game anyway, oh, was that the timing? The partnership with Farmington? Yeah, that sounds great, because if it's a game I would already be down to playing and it's a way to, like, throw an extra couple of bucks across the table, that's never a bad thing. And plus, it can sometimes guide content, like you're like, I'm in the mood to, you know, I'm in the mood to do some American Truck Simulator, but other than just driving the truck, like, you know, what do I really want to do? You know, you can kind of waffle back and forth in that. And it could be like, well, go and do this. Let's see, it's based around certain games that collab with them. Like 2 Point Museum, won a competition, and your submission was given to Sega. Gotcha. Lots of challenges for them, stuff like post a haiku about your favorite piece of machinery with a screenshot. It's random. Now to clarify, is that a thing you submit and you're guaranteed, or is it a chance? It's fine either way. Because I know there's been some platforms that have come out with stuff where it's like you have a chance of getting paid kind of thing, and that's always not great. But again, if you're doing it anyways, that could be a fine thing. Gotcha. Well, either way, I'm going to check it out. So thank you for the heads up. It's always good to know that stuff, because there's lots of there are so many different things out there that can lead to being good or bad opportunities and whatnot, and it's really hard to keep up with a lot of that. And I'll take a peek. Let's try going around these trees, back in line with the other path. You know, I gotcha, Treacle. Right, the idea is, like, the submissions that do well. I'm not entirely against it. It always depends on the effort involved. Like the classic, if you put a huge amount of effort in that to maybe get paid, that's not cool. But if it's relatively low effort stuff, or stuff you're going to do anyway, that kind of thing, that's a totally different animal where it's like, okay, you know, that's not a big one. And for those who don't know Treacle, an absolutely fantastic content creator, been playing some Blood Bar Tycoon over on Twitch, so definitely worth checking out. Plays a lot of similar games, also plays like a lot of RimWorld and games like that as well, if that's your jam. Which, considering how much RimWorld I played on this channel, it'd be surprising if that wasn't. Get out of the way, little Pebble, you're stopping me. Alright, so I need 7 logs, and the reason I've got this green marker up here is we chopped down easily like 20 plus trees over here. But I didn't want to drag all the logs back to storage and then do the next thing. So I'm kind of treating it as when I need logs, we'll just go pop over here. Okay. It's technically in there. I was gonna go to the end and then shove it in, but this doesn't reach quite far enough. It's an interesting problem to have. All right, we'll go with the strategy of what if I just shove it down a bunch, then I grab. I'm not improving my situation at all. All right, well, good. It's on the ground now, so hopefully... That's actually pretty rough of a position. Because I've learned already that this particular trailer, the arm doesn't... Why are you struggling so hard? Even this stream, I haven't had much problem with that. We had like the one or two that I really, you know, flipped it around that physics got angry. So I think what's happening is because it's twisting at a weird angle, it's just forcing itself through the geometry of the claw. And that's creating our problems. Well, this is not speeding things up. Is that good enough? It's good enough for me. If it accepts it, I accept it as well. Do you prefer games like... I've played Portal. I like Portal. Games like Portal I probably would not play on Twitch. Generally speaking, puzzle games are really hard to stream. Because just kind of one of those things that very genuinely, with as many people are watching and then you juggling your attention between the game and, you know, chat and everything else, it just becomes a thing that people are like, why is it taking streamers so long to notice it? You know, and kind of laughing about it. And it's not like I have any, like, big, you know, insecurities around or whatever. It could just be a very bad experience for streaming in that regards. Plus, generally speaking, with a lot of puzzle games, with very rare exceptions like Portal, most puzzle games are kind of a one and done thing that people tend not to be into watching them as much. Because quite often you solve the puzzle and that's that. And most of them, usually the story isn't the big draw. Again, there's exceptions like Portal. That's kind of one of the reasons why Blueprints was such a surprise, is for the most part, puzzle games don't tend to do particularly well on Twitch. I actually have no idea how they do on YouTube. Like, a lot of games between Twitch and YouTube, there's like a shared viewership in the sense that if it's doing well in one, it's probably doing well in the other. But there are exceptions. There are some games that just really kind of work better as recorded content and some that do really better as live content. Like there are some games that are absolutely not great to live stream so far as just really takes forever for anything to happen. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need one more. The YouTube is the weird one. The games that do well pre-record always throw you for a loop. Not really, because usually the thing that's the big definer between like recorded versus not recorded content, what does better in one than the other, is kind of the amount of downtime or that kind of stuff. Man, I'm having a real problem with picking up these logs right now. Alright, well that's... Like, it seems like I'm not centering the grip, so I'll notice, like, one of the claw sides grabs first. Yeah, like, you really don't hold on. But yeah, no, generally the type of content that does the best on YouTube these days is recorded and properly edited up videos. So instead of like the Let's Plays of, you know, back in the day where you'd sit there and just grab a game and, you know, over the course of 100 episodes play through the whole game, it's not that that doesn't have any audience, but the stuff that's like really doing much better is like, yeah, the reviews like you just mentioned, that certainly holds up. One of the other ones that holds up well is the stuff like, you know, Spiffing Brit and Let's Game It Out and that do, where, you know, they'll present an idea and you'll get into that idea and just kind of see it through its natural progression. And usually doing that whole thing in the course of like one video. I'm sure those logs making all sorts of racket back there from physics angering and all that. Reaction content also does well. But it's more along the lines of you have like encapsulated in one thing. Like, so you can hop in a video, watch it, get through to the other side, and the video's done. Like, there's not more to get into. That tends to do the best. Not that there isn't an audience for stuff that's episodic. It's just nowhere near as big as it used to be. It used to be like the thing you did on YouTube was you did Let's Plays that, again, you'd play a game all the way start to finish. Didn't matter if it took you 100 videos to do it. Like, people were just kind of tuning into that. And I think what happened is as live streaming has picked up, it kind of replaced the Let's Play type content. Let's see. You always get recommended those bridge physics games on YouTube. Those can be fun to watch. Because usually those are games that, like, the physics goes completely haywire, and that can be its own entertainment. Let's see, your friend started with Anime Reacts. She started the channel in January. She's hit, like, 10,000 subs. Most of her videos hit 20K. It's been mad to watch. Yeah. I don't have an interest in either watching or doing React content. The only times I've watched React content is like the memeing stuff, like where, you know, reacting to the reaction of the reaction of the reaction, like that kind of memey stuff that gets in there. Or like, you know, the reaction video to my own reaction video of my own video kind of stuff, where they just kind of really play into the overtopness of it. And no judgment for anyone who does enjoy that content. For me, the problem I run into with some of the reaction content is some of it, they're like literally just playing someone else's content, and then occasionally, like every 10 seconds, pausing the content and then making a comment and then unpausing. It's like, you're just showing someone else's content. You're not, this isn't transformative. You're just playing someone else's content with lots of interruptions. There's better reaction stuff too. I think there's a revival of long-form Let's Play videos on YouTube, but they still need a bit of editing. Yeah. Maybe I haven't seen as much. There's still long-form content on YouTube. Like, that is still a thing. It's just as far as like the things drawing in the number, and shorts also drawing a lot of people. She has a doctorate in English literature, so full breakdowns on her show definitely gives her an edge. Yeah, and that's one of the things that I definitely recognize to myself as a value I've got over here that's really helped me with the content here is, one, as a former educator, I've had to speak in front of people and do all that kind of stuff, and, you know, the talking through things and yada yada. Did we get past the steel beam place yet? I just realized I don't have a good way to drag stuff in for recycling. Because what I was thinking about doing is seeing if I could just put the steel beams in here, and if it would just work, or if it won't. still gonna try to. Because I still think it's a good experiment. You really like game movies? The new game comes out, looks interesting, but not enough you'll pay for it. Yeah. Well, that's, there's definitely been stuff like that where I've had a game that I've been completely uninterested. Yeah, I'll just drive the mule down here. I'm not seeing anything that I could reasonably pick up with this claw to accommodate this. Best reaction videos are to things like video game announcements and all that. Yeah, like, for the record, I'm not saying reaction videos are bad or anything like that. There are some reaction videos that are bad, and that's, again, where it is the no effort, they basically just nabbed someone's content and are going with it. That kind of thing I've got a little bit of a problem with. Oh, I don't even know the creators that do like lots of reaction content or anything like that. Oh, if I would have realized I could have just gone through that wall this whole time, I'd have just gone to the wall. Alright. Okay, so we've got that. What I'm going to need to do now is... Where is my mule at? I have a feeling it's up here. Alright, so I'm going to drive that down there. And on the way across, we're going to snag something to chuck in to get our steel beams, get our 3 steel beams over there, and get that built. Well, for me, the big one is with, like, the only time I'd go and say reaction content be like, this is actively bad, is, as I mentioned before, it's when you have that situation where there is some piece of content that already exists, that someone has made, and then someone's, you know, quote-unquote reaction video is just playing that entire content, you know, all the way start to finish, and just pausing every N amount of time so that, you know, it's flagged as, like, it's not flagged as, like, violation of it. So, like, the whole point is to watch that entire piece of content. It'd be the equivalent of, like, watching a Disney movie, like watching a Marvel movie or whatever, and just starting the movie and every 5 minutes pausing and be like, wow, that was a great scene. Aw, man, I'm on the edge of my seat. Like that kind of crap. Which I'm playing it up a little bit for being, you know, low effort or whatever. But instead of being Disney, who will sue the living crap out of you, it'll be something like another content creator who has made, you know, an animation that's like 10-15 minutes long, and then just, you know, again, playing the entire thing start to finish. And you can almost mentally schedule when they're going to interrupt it again. Because they're very mindful that it's like, okay, I need to interrupt it, you know, every N amount of time, otherwise, you know, it can flag as just being their content kind of thing. Like, it's not transformative anymore, which is the stipulation you have to have for your content to not be just considered ripping someone else off. Oh, that is a lot of rocks we've got on the front. The map isn't fully explored because it's story locked, or you just haven't had a chance to explore with the scout. Oh, if we look at this, so this is mostly water here, this is mostly water there, that's mostly water there. So the reason that area is mostly not explored in the middle is because water. There's certainly more map up here we haven't explored. It's just kind of one of those things. Oh yeah, sorry. I actually have like 1 or 2 creators that I don't really care for that come up from time to time, that actually have their names as things that get deleted in chat. And the reason they went by the first time is it was misspelled. But it wasn't deleted? Yeah, it was. I have message deleted by Rual Storge. It's technically deleted by Rual bot, but it looks like it's misattributing the account. The first time it didn't get deleted because the name was spelled wrong, so it didn't recognize it. If you don't see it deleted, that could very well be if you're running, what's the word? Yeah, BTTV or FFZ, both of those can hide when something's deleted. Like, let you still see it. So, like, even though you know there's a command to clear chat, they can make it so you can still see the cleared chat. Well, this is suddenly much harder to climb. Did I just take, like, a majorly different route through here? I think we did. Usually says message deleted on your end? Yeah. You know, it definitely got deleted on my end, but yeah, there's tons and tons of extensions and all that that will prevent deleted messages from disappearing on you know, the client side. Because obviously you received the message before it was deleted. So deleting is just telling chat to update to not show it anymore. But since you already previously had that data, all an extension has to do is just, you know, keep it. Almost out of here, then we gotta cross through the woods. Do you like your music reaction over gaming? Music reactors are a great way. Find bands. Yeah, like I said, it depends. Like for me, my big problem that I run into is, as I said, is when someone's reaction video is just basically repackaging someone else's content and not really adding much of substance. Like, even if something does go through and, like, dissect an entire, like, 5-minute, 3-minute piece, but, you know, you spend 5 times as long discussing it, that's different. But when it is, like, literally just, you can almost go by the pulse of it. You know, oh, it's time for them to make a comment. That way they can keep it under fair use or whatever, transformative. It'd be pretty upsetting. And for those that don't know, Retnaro, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Really, really super knowledgeable in Project Zomboid. Generally speaking, of the people who play Project Zomboid, I would argue Retnaro is probably one of, if not the most knowledgeable on the game. A lot of what we know and how things work behind the scenes are thanks to Retnaro. Like, there's been a number of things that someone's like, hey, I think this might be a thing. And then, you know, Rhett goes into a whole bunch of testing. It's like, yeah, no, it's absolutely a thing. Or, no, we did a bunch of testing. And what I think you're seeing is this other thing that might be implying it. Or just, no, that's not a thing. We've tested, we looked at the code, and it's just not a thing. There's been a lot of wild discoveries that have come out of that. Makes a lot of YouTube content as well. At least I know you were. I actually haven't caught up on that in a while. Admittedly, I haven't looked on much Project Zomboid content on YouTube whatsoever. Oh, right. I need to go, not here. There's the place, like, literally right there. Now, let's switch this to single point. Is there something on YouTube that you know they're picking someone's content, but you know who originally had the content? Which map is this? This is Deluge. Alright. So we drag this up here. I believe this is worth, I think, 2 steel beams? Oh, don't tell me that's like slightly... Okay, so that little gray one is apparently slightly higher than the other ones. So it catches on the edge of it. Because we should be wheeling a little bit because of the weight. But where it hit then, suddenly I couldn't move the vehicle anymore. It's not supposed to be quite that bad. Alright. We're almost there. Just a yellow area over there. They're cutting parts of an interview? Yeah. Well, there's a place for, like, there's absolutely a place for, here is this thing, let's walk through it. Like, there absolutely is that, and you can get into, like, the theory behind it, like, okay, you're making a movie, but here is, like, why decisions are being made, here's the technical stuff they're using in the shot and all that. But usually with that type of content, you're not taking, you know, an hour-and-a-half movie, or realistically, like, 30 minutes of video, and cutting it bit by bit. What you're usually doing... Come on. We got a couple seconds before it's too late to pick up. Ah, it's a second too late. I almost had it lined up. Yeah. I did manage to recover it because we were just enough over. I was able to break out the... I was able to reconnect the crane and just inch that last little hair I needed to be able to start the engine. Which is what I was trying to do, I just didn't think we got the whole way. Alright. So that was way more work than it needed to be. Oh, there's already 3 beams. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And we use the trick we've come up with here so that I don't have to do all sorts of fancy stuff. We get close enough that I can pick them up, but having them not behind my trailer. Put you to multi-point. Center the arm roughly over the bed. And then 1, and then just reel in the line. Reel in the line. And as long as they're not behind the bed where it comes at a steep angle and then catches under the bed, you can just keep on reeling them in, one after the other, and they'll go right on in. Alright, now just go down the hill, and that should be another thing done. Still not getting any fuel supplies, which I'm trying to get to open up that quarry so that my other thing where I'm building the roads is not a pain in the butt. Alright. Cool. Still didn't get fuel as a reward for that. Gather resources and send them through the tunnel. Set route. Plot route. Start plotting. So we're taking you from where to where? Okay. So. Sure as heck, I'm not sending this... I mean, maybe that'll work. Wiggle through there. No. Alright, so I think what's happening here is I could probably go here, make another bridge. Something like that. To cut a bridge across here, and then we can take it up through... That still sucks as a route. That doesn't really help my cause, because all of this is shredded up. I need to fix all of that, realistically, to go. Or... Oh, no, there's another route here. Yeah, so mark the route down. Actually, you're right here. There's some steel chilling there you never noticed before. Yeah, some of these have like lots of ways to grab stuff. Yeah, so we want to build that other bridge. I'm gonna go run up to where we already cut down the trees, grab those logs, run them on down. Because I think trying to have any type of convoy vehicle go way up there and then come way back down is just not gonna end well. The route sucks. So instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna send this vehicle up to build a bridge to cut across, and I'm hoping that'll work. Alright. I get it. I go down here, cut around this way. Yeah, I'll definitely say for this one, we're getting more infrastructure that I'm building without it specifically and explicitly telling me to build it than kind of any other map we've been on. That I'm just having to keep building like more and more bridges just to manage this. Oh man, even over here, I'm gonna have to have them cut through this crap to go through that bridge area. So we're gonna need to build a road here realistically. That's fine, we already kind of figured that. And they could cut across there to get to where we need to get them to. Because there's this sort of road that goes through here, but it ends on the other side. Now, there are possibilities they would follow this road, and then we build a bridge to catch up on the other side, but that's going all the way up to come back down. I think that bridge would just be a good shortcut to avoid all the potential problems up here. Because regardless, that road cuts into this crap. Alright. So whether it's a bridge or a road or whatever, I need a route across this. Okay. And honestly, genuinely, with what we've been dealing with, and how much I've had to cross this, it wouldn't even have been a terrible thing for us to be like, yeah, we're gonna stage a road here. Even if it's for my own vehicles just commuting back and forth between stuff, it still might be worth it. The problem is I don't know where I need to be going from and to regularly until a route's involved. Unless it's like super obvious where you got like one island and the other island, you're like, okay, we're gonna go between these because there's a bunch of stuff. But in this case where you keep backtracking up and down, that one wasn't quite as directly obvious. The good news, the only vehicles I've had to schlep back and forth on are vehicles that can do it very well. The moment it's like, hey, take a Wayfarer over there, it's like, alright, we're building a road. Alright, and our trees that we're looking for right over here, so I need 8 for this one. And the only reason I'm not grabbing 4 is or more is we've had issues where if I grab more, the other ones become no longer usable after we turn it in. And I'll feel like loading and then unloading and then reloading a log to avoid that problem. Okay. It's probably fine. Found out today that the big fallen trees, always in the way can be removed. Yeah. We learned you can use the stump grinder to get rid of fallen trees. It's kind of one of those things that'd also be a good one for the game to be like, for removing, you know, stumps, fallen trees, like give it a little bit more description. Like, don't get me wrong, you're like, okay, clearly I need to be able to remove these. What secret knowledge do you have? The heavy crane lets you abuse most of the game's physics. You just get the heavy crane and you can use it for most mission types and not have to worry about other vehicles. Exceptions apply. There's some stuff that like only certain vehicles can deal with, but the heavy crane really does let you abuse your way past so much. Can you make a bridge off 2 sand piles? I've never tried. I honestly don't know with the way the game works if that would work or not. This will be interesting because the bed of our trailer is really not flat. It's at a pretty steep angle. That angle is also making this not work very well for the claw. There we go. Okay, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I need 8. What do you think? You think it would work? I think there's a pretty good chance it would work. I do wonder if once you do that, if you can no longer manipulate the sand, like how they... That's my curiosity, is how they deal with the edge case. Where, you know, like you set it, you try and bulldoze it. Would it, like, lock the sand in place, or would you just have, like, a bridge that now you can no longer make a ramp up to it because you remove the sand and the bridge won't let you put, you know, sand on it? Like, I imagine that'd be a place where you could find some edge case where you can break things. Okay, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven. And 8. There we go. And with that, it is time to turn back around and get that bridge built so we can get the route. And there's a good chance I'm going to have to build some road for that route, which is a bit of a concern, because it is going to go through a really deep mud spot, and that most likely won't even matter what vehicle it is, it probably won't be able to handle it. But step one is get a bridge so you can even go across the water. Then we'll see about that. Let's also check real fast. I would be building road in this area. So there is no sand in range of that regardless. There is sand just up the hill from it though, so that might be okay. So I might just need to get the dump truck, drive it up the hill, grab the sand, drive back down, dump it there. I'll probably take the really big dump truck that we have that spills everywhere and use that just because it's 4 times the load of sand, so even if we spill a quarter of it, it wouldn't matter. It would still be more. Okay. Alright, where am I going? Okay, we would need to go to... I need to go to... I'm so confused where I am right now. I'm here. Oh, I went across the wrong... That's fine, we can make that work. So I want to go right and then follow these little roads to the right. And I think the reality is where we got that path with all the big cracks in the ground, I probably just need to dump sand into those cracks so we can just drive on them without having to, like, figure out a way to navigate around them. I don't think I need to pave them or anything, just literally dump the sand and call it a day. I mean, flatten the sand, but you get the idea. Just chuck the sand down, leave it at that. Okay, is this right? No, it's not. So where was the cut across point? Wait a second. Okay, supposedly I'm going past the dump truck. But I am seeing a significant problem with it. Oh, right, I drove over the top of that thing. Because I need to get over there. But as you can see, we got all these really nasty cracks in the ground. And then that's a water spot. Okay, well, what I'm going to go ahead and do is, since I mentioned we were already going to need to do this, let's do this. So we need to make a ramp. Which is meaning you're going to need to build up the sand a decent amount here. It must be smooth. Everything's smooth. Not so worried about that. But I need to build this up enough so that when we use the bulldozer, I can at least make it some type of meaningful ramp up here. It is a little weird that's all piling up on the one side of this, which is not really what I'm aiming for. Probably one more scoop here. But then my hope is the bulldozer can make that better. Okay, so we'll start with that. So now what we do over here is we've got these other cracks in the ground. Gonna need to clean up a lot of this. There's a pretty bad spot right here. Another spot there, because I'm going to be driving the bulldozer over this anyways. So I'll try and get rid of all those little dips. Got another one here. Alright, so this might have been a bigger project than I made it out to be to begin with. I'm also kind of learning that there's enough cracks in the ground, I might as well just dump the sand as we go. And there's the really bad spots in the ground up here. Okay, so this will be an interesting spot to deal with. Because it might even be one to take the bulldozer and try and like snipe the end of that ridge just to make it not as bad. Alright, so before we do more, let's go around to the top of the ridge and start piling it up from there. Because my hope is that this will be able to climb that. Can you reduce the angle? Yeah, so you can actually dig into the terrain, yes. With the bulldozer, you just have to switch it from flattening to like manual. And then just shove the blade down in the ground. It does not make for smooth ridges, though. Like, you are going to make a huge mess that you're going to need to deal with. Alright. Alright. It's really going to take a good minute to get this sorted. There's a lot of sand we're dumping. Yeah, realistically, if I was going to snipe it, I should snipe it first. Where I cut off the edge of the ridge. How do you rate this dump truck? It's fine. Like, it's got better all-terrain than the other one. And I think it technically has a slightly higher higher dump capacity than the first dump truck, but not as good as the big one. But I am finding it a little bit more cumbersome to use. Just with the nature that working with treads that are just like the nature of the treads versus like the wheels and all that. Just the turning is different. Alright, I'm gonna mount this up a bit high because once we start leveling it out, it is going to get lower. And I need it to be higher than that ridge or we'll just get caught on the ridge every time we gotta go over it. This is another one that'd probably be much better suited to have used like the really, really big dump truck. So one more load here. And I'll get back to only filling in the cracks. This is the one really bad spot we're dealing with. Alright. The thing about being able to manipulate terrain like this is awesome. You haven't had this much fun since Red Faction environment-wise. I never did play Red Faction, so I can't really compare it. But yeah, there's been a lot of terrain manipulation. Alright, so this is another one of those ones that's going to be a doozy to get across. It's also interesting because this one has a tree knocked down in it. So this will either destroy that knockdown tree when I dump sand on it, or the tree will kind of pop up to the surface. I'm assuming it's going to destroy it. Okay. Yeah, I've also noticed if it's not a good level, you can't get hardly any of the stuff out of the back of it either. This was certainly not the most efficient way of doing this. That sand loading is kind of cheating. I mean, the alternative is we'd spend, you know, literally 30 or 40 laps doing this, and it would just not be fun and obnoxious. So while it's certainly immersion breaking, it is just one of those things to keep the game fun. They had to set that up. Sometimes you just gotta make those compromises. Alright. Yep, this isn't real life. Exactly. Okay, don't think I need to sweat dealing with that spot. Because that's running along it, we can just go along this left side. It's just odd to watch. Yep. Oh, okay. All right. Is it like a main thoroughfare? It is one of the main routes from one side to the other. I probably should have taken the other route. I just looked at the other route and how much mud was involved, and I'm like, oh man, I'd rather go this way. The other way is way out of the way. I did not anticipate how much this cragginess of this area was going to be. But we're basically here was going to build that bridge anyways. And I believe we already got the logs loaded up and everything. We're just pausing real fast on getting the logs here long enough to get myself a place to get the logging truck through. Because then I got to send a route through here. Which is why we're putting all the time to make this versus just muscling through the terrain. If it's just me going through this, I'd just muscle it through the one time and call it a day. But the moment you involve the AI, it's like, nah, this needs to be a relatively good path to work with. Is there some strange projects going on? Yeah, we're basically making a road. Alright. I'm already expecting to have to do some cleanup on this thing. Yeah, that's the thing I've noticed with this one is Deluge definitely feels like, as far as like the building roads and bridges and all that, it definitely seems to be the one that was like, no, really, you are going to build a bunch of it, and we're not going to necessarily prescribe all of them. Like, it definitely has the ones like, you're going to cut through these trees and you're just going to live with that. But then there's also a lot of places where it's like, you need to get this from A to B. By the way, there's no good route. Go make one. Which is what we're doing right now. Okay. This has been probably the worst spot I've had to deal with. It's also the last one before we get the bridge made. Just a fairly steep ledge and kind of a weird angle. Probably just one or two more here. And I'll get the bulldozer and start bulldozing this and see where I need to do touch-ups. Because I'm sure there's going to be some. Okay, so let's get over here real fast. And just get out of the way for a minute, grab the bulldozer, and we'll see where I gotta fix up problems. So bulldozer should be over here. Okay. I'll take the strategy of drive up one way, drive back. If we notice it's still bouncing up and down a whole lot, do another round. I don't need to, pave this. I don't need to do any of that. We just really want to go in here and just level this out enough that we can get through it. Alright, so here's the first major ramp we made. I haven't made too many really steep ramps, so we'll see how this goes. That seemed pretty okay. All right. Go one way up, one way back, and then we'll take the logging tree. If it runs into any problems, we know we got to fix it up more. Here's the next odd ramp. Little bit of struggle up there, so I might need a little bit more sand at that spot. Yeah, I think we got a weird terrain there, so I might have to put a little bit more sand at that one. Oh, I made that mound quite a bit bigger than I realized. That is a really big mound of sand. All right. So we turn around and go back the other way. And that's just because you'll end up with these weird ridges where the tractor bounced one way or the other. And we're just trying to avoid those ridges. At least you did haul all that sand from another location. Something like that. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, didn't. It's like, yeah, no, we definitely put in the work. Sure. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so that bump right there, that's a concern. I don't think that's going away. I think we didn't put enough sand to get over that. We'll see. That might be something we can just work around. The good news is all those random cracks that were all over the ground there that where vehicles would have got just stuck in again and again, those are all solved. Very genuinely basically have practically a road this whole way. All in all, that last bump we went over as well is still too steep, but I'm going to leave it for right now. You put in the work, but yeah, will they love your work? You would? Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing, though. This is part of the fun, is I could have taken the existing route that went all the way up and around, but like, man, I'm going to have to fix so much stuff, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make this more direct route. There's a good chance we'll get our mileage out of this more direct route later. That if I end up having to make more things go back here, or even for me needing to drive down there for different stuff, I could absolutely see this being incredibly advantageous to just do that. Alright, so let's get you out of the way now. And grab you. And see how you do with this vehicle. Because then this vehicle can go over to where we need those logs and drop them off. Yeah, so as you can see, it's not paved, but if you did pave this, other than it needs a little bit more flattening, that you could just choose, be like, you know what? There's gonna be a road here. Random spot on the map that's all completely jacked up and screwed up. Doesn't matter. Got ourselves a highway. This is the one and only spot that's really dodgy. It's right here. I just didn't quite stack the dirt high enough, so I got that big bump right there. That I either need to pile more dirt or need to take the bulldozer and drag it over that corner to smooth it out and then put some dirt on it. We'll see. I might not need to do much with it. That, as long as I don't need a Wayfarer going the way I'm going now, we'll be fine. Wayfarer going the other way will be fine, I think. Oh, that's funny. So they had a spot here for like the smaller bridge, but I was like, nah, I want the big bridge. Okay, so let's go check on that objective here. We had the route. So that's build a road there. Let's build a road here. There's your route. Start plotting. Okay. So go out and around like this. It has the red icon that does make me think we are going to maybe have a wayfarer here. Oh, right. I need to fix this spot. Right. I got a big mud spot right there that needs to be just kind of handled. Okay, there's where the nasty ridge is. And then the rest of this should be smooth as butter. There's that one spot that's a bit of a bump there. That's another concern spot I might have to deal with. This spot is a little bit steep. It is down there, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, so if you look at this, the alternative would have been to go up and this way, up and around here. We would have had to probably build a road or something across this way. So instead, kind of make it go over here, up and around. And so it's like, Are we paving paradise? Well, we're sanding paradise. So what vehicles are you sending? First vehicle's relatively okay. And you immediately collide into that. So let's adjust this route. I didn't realize you're going to be so snug there. So that should fix that problem. So I can snake in between there. Now those things don't have diff lock or all-wheel drive. So I do think they are going to get stuck in this mud here. But I think they'll be able to handle the sand road we made. But yeah, I'm going to need to go over here. This spot they're going to get stuck in. I already had kind of mentioned that previously. Okay, so it's not looking like we're getting any wayfarers. That's the good news. Because the wayfarers I don't even think could handle our sand road. We'd have had to pave the whole thing, and I really don't want to put that kind of time in. So with that said, let's grab you. I thought it was right up here I could get sand. Alright, that's gonna be non-immediate thing. Yeah, I haven't seen them come around that corner yet, so they're getting stuck in there somewhere. Alright, let's be smart about this before we waste a whole lot of time going back and forth. My other base is right here. Let's get the... Well, actually, let's check the shop. No, I can't get the bigger one. Let's get the bigger dump truck that I've got right now. The one that spills everywhere. Oh, wait, I never did get the upgrade version of that. Can I afford that right now? No, just barely can't. Okay, that's fine. Did they already fail their route? Never got the alert. Oh, they're actually making it across that. Well, I'll be darned. I figured there's no way they're making it across that. Okay, I mean, I'm down to not fix that spot if I don't have to. Alright. What did the green, red, and yellow? Basically, red means it's a much harder route, yellow means it's a moderately hard route, and green means it's an easy route. And this one is probably a hard route just because there was kind of no roads, and that the vehicles they're driving in right now don't have all-wheel drive or diff lock. So their all-terrain capabilities are pretty bad. Okay, I think, is this the really dodgy hill? No, I think, oh no, we're already past the really dodgy hill? Yeah, we're already past the dodgy hill. Yeah, they're zigzagging a lot all over the place, but they aren't making it. You need to cut way farther right. Nope. Okay, so scooch you down here farther. And that should work. Too deep a corner? They were just pulling way too close to that edge. So instead of going up the middle, they kind of cut right along here and just rolled over. That still might be too far to the right. I might need to move this one. I think it'll be okay. Nah, so we're getting stuck up in that berm. Yeah, so where I have them going this way, we should just drag all of this down here. And get rid of that point. Yeah, so there's like a little bit of an elevation here and then a ditch there, so when they get up here, they were just popping over real easy. Not sure they can make that turn, but we're going to find out. Alright, let's see if we can't fix that. So you start your turn back here, back there. So see if we can't snake around that real fast. Not spotless, but it'll do. Is that a tree stump? It is. It's a tree stump I missed. So I think you should be okay the rest of the way. Like, there's a small chance you might turn wide and roll off that side. But otherwise, it looks like we might have that route sorted. And that's going to give us a total of 20 fuel, which will let me unlock up here. There's a sand pit up here, which will then let me make it nice and easy to do that road. Which is why we started suddenly switching all of our objectives, is to do that other route to try and just get ourselves, you know, that all sorted out. Because there's only 4 sand to 4 fuel to open up the other sand pit. And then with that, the north road should be an easy setup, which will be good. And with that, it should be successful. Cool. So I believe once those disappear in there, I should get 5 fuel for each of them. It says 5 fuel per truck, 20 fuel is the maximum. So 4 trucks going along that route? No, that can't be right. Alright, so now we just gotta wait for one of those to go through. We have... Yeah, so it's telling us there's no sand nearby that one. And it is saying there is sand nearby this one. So building the road across here would be pretty straightforward. That's so we've got the next vehicle on the way. Only 3 made it? Yeah, but it says I'm supposed to get fuel per truck. I think the first one is that you set up the route, and then after that you get credit. So you can see they are cutting across this route, and this spot's pretty bad, but they do appear to be able to make it. Yeah, so it is looking like I could get the road over here built without any headache. The problem is then I gotta move all my equipment that's ready for this road out of the way, and I'd rather not. So I'm just gonna assume this is gonna work out. And what we could do here, so the bulldozer's back there. And as I kind of mentioned before, I wasn't a huge fan of the that particular dump truck. We don't have the money for the other one, so we'll grab you. And get all this out of the way. To ditch that weight. We'll click here, track that objective. And we're just going to go on the assumption that by the time I get up and into position and ready to rock and roll, the first of these deliveries will have arrived. And with that arriving, I'll have fuel. I'll be going there. Isn't there a DLC dump truck? Yes, but I don't have the money for it at the moment. I've deliberately held off using the DLC vehicles since not everyone has those. And usually in a lot of these games, the DLC vehicles tend to be a little bit on the overpowered side. Or I should rephrase that to, they're not always particularly that balanced. And so I'm opting to avoid them until basically I've got every vehicle in the game. Kind of like with the Scout, we just started using the Invictus, which is the DLC Scout, because I literally own all of the Scouts now. You haven't made up your mind yet to buy it or not? Gotcha, that's fair. It's kind of one of the nice things about being able to just watch it on stream and everything. You can kind of gauge for yourself. My big comment is if you're looking for SnowRunner, it's not SnowRunner. Like, it's just not. Like, take any expectations of SnowRunner and set them aside. It's not SnowRunner, it's not trying to be SnowRunner, it doesn't want to be SnowRunner, it's a very different thing. Ooh. With that said, just checking one thing real fast. Alright. So you got that. Let's go ahead and bring you up here. Actually, so bring you up next because you'll be needed. Because, yeah, like I said, by the time I get all the equipment in place up here, we'll probably be good to start working on this section. And then there'll be another objective knocked off the list and another road crossing this map. My hope here is when I've looked in the past, if you dump sand on tree stumps and trees or whatever, they just fall over. Now, trees, I don't want to lose them because that's free wood. But for the tree stumps, they can kindly get out of here. But how many games? So the estimate is about 80 hours to beat the game, which we are mostly in line with that. Like we're in the rough estimate that I'd be like, yeah, that's fair. That's 80. Because I have earlier in the stream I hit 75 hours, but some of that was playing collab where I probably spent somewhere in the ballpark of 8 or 9 of those hours like repeat content for collab stuff. So by the time I finish the game, I'll probably have 80-ish hours in a single save. That said, while I do understand the metric of how many hours of game am I getting per hour or per dollar, and that's not a terrible metric, it's definitely not a metric I'd recommend people use for their everything. Because, like, for example, there are really, really good but short games. For example, there's a game called Unpacking. You're going to get single to barely double-digit hours out of that game. But it's also a game I still highly recommend because it's really good. Now, that said, obviously, you got to make your own choices and all that, and there's certainly games like RimWorld and all that you can get thousands of hours, and Project Zombie you can get thousands of hours for relatively cheap. And so from that aspect, to me, the dollars to hour is one value to consider, one metric. Again, not one that should be utterly ignored, but I also don't think it should be the end-all be-all. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so my understanding is you should be, for a full playthrough, about 80 hours, not counting when you, like, DLC come out, because obviously that's a new spend, and it depends on how long the DLC. But for a playthrough, it's about 80 hours. Now that said, if you do a playthrough and then you go, all right, but now I want to play with my buddies, you know, that could potentially be another 80 hours or whatever. You get the idea. I could definitely see value in doing a second or third playthrough with friends. I don't think I would play through... You know, I don't think I'd play through a second time solo just to do it. The objective is your tips and tricks. Oh, I'm sorry. The objectives over there, I meant to do those this stream, and I got right back into doing the missions. The objectives on there is for Dare Drop. Basically what happens is every time I do one of those objectives, we have the community take a clip of it, I submit it, and then they give me keys to the game to give away. And I do actually have some of those keys I've collected. My intention was the last stream of RoadCraft, so far as finishing the content, to do like a big giveaway day where we give away like 4 or 5 RoadCraft keys. I do not know when that would be before people are like, alright, so when should I get in on that? That depends on how long it takes me to get towards the end. Like when we get, what'll probably happen is when we get to the last map, because we're on the second to last map. When we get to the last map, I will probably do the giveaways. I meant to do them today and just zoned in. Let's see, how long did it take you to do Sojourn or whatever it's called? That took about a stream and a half, I think. I'm not saying that with any real level of confidence. It was somewhere in that ballpark, and so my streams are 9 hours long. So, a bit over 10 hours. But that big margin of error in that, because I'm just trying to pull that out of my head by memory, so that's a guess. Alright, so let's go up here, unlock that quarry. And so now with this, I should be in range for sand. No problem, always try to answer the question. Let's see, a nice detail is it's removing the tracks of other vehicles while driving over the roller. Yeah, so like the roller and the bulldozer, they will like eliminate some tracks. What is your favorite one? Of the maps? So I would say like so far as the kind of like design of the map, atmosphere, that kind of thing, even though it is one of the more repetitive like maps, so like so far as just presentation, Sunken is a really good presentation. I think it is the most interesting in the uniqueness of it, with like all the ground like ripped up from the earthquake and the collapsed mine. As far as like the actual map just being fun, so this one is pretty promising so far, but I've obviously not finished it, so I can't give a good informed decision. I would actually say Incommunicado, because I felt like, while it was probably not like one of the least challenging maps we did. What is happening to you right now? Oh, your parking brake's on. That's what's happening. Well, it's definitely not one of the more difficult maps at all. It's probably the easiest. It had a really good kind of flow to it, where at no point did I feel like it's just double backing over a path the right thing. Let's see, do you run out of the fuel game, and is there fuel? No, so there's no fuel or maintenance. They are adding a hard mode to do that. I'm going to be honest, for this particular game, I do personally think that fuel and the damage is not going to be a good feature. I think they made the right choice in not including those on the base game. And this, again, is coming from someone who plays SnowRunner on hard mode and very much enjoys it. I think for the nature of this game, fuel management is just more going to be tedious than fun. But people are pretty outspoken about it, so you're getting it. I think it's literally one of those ones that a bunch of people are going to turn that on, find it tedious, and then either turn it off or stop playing the game. But yeah, so like SnowRunner, it's about like, you know, car survival game where you lug things through terrible environments and you just gotta make it work. And then occasionally, once in a while, you get to put a bridge in. This one, on the other hand, is a very, very different game. I would say this game is way more about logistics, that you're trying to set up the infrastructure for someone else, i.e. the AI drivers, to manage it. And with that aspect of it, the damage and the fuel kind of just gets in the way of doing that stuff. Because generally speaking, for the most part, I've had zero difficulty traversing the maps in general. It's not that I've not flipped a vehicle or anything like that. It's just not like SnowRunner where you get to a place and you kind of scratch your head and go, okay, but how am I going to get across this? That's just not the game it is. Which is one of the reasons why when people look at the game, one of the first things I'll usually say is, this is not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner, and the devs have been very open about it's supposed to not be SnowRunner. Like, if you're looking for SnowRunner, you can find that over there in SnowRunner, which is actively getting new content. They literally got a DLC just about a month ago. Interesting stump removal technique. Yep, it also works on trees, but I actually do want the wood from the trees, so I'm cutting down the trees as opposed to using this to just delete them. And that just has to do with the way that the engine is dealing with changing the ground to be the sand versus what's underneath. Did you unlock the Vostok Pioneer? And how do you unlock it? I probably have, but I don't remember which vehicle that is. Basically, almost all the vehicles that you unlock, you just go onto a map, and it's there. Like, you will eventually get a mission to retrieve the vehicle. None of those vehicles you unlock are a surprise. You just play the map and they're like, go get the thing over there. And then it shows up. Which map it's on, I don't know off the top of my head. Because he just finished singing, and he got the feeling it could have used more objective. Like, you spent 1 hour building a road that got used once by the AI. That's kind of disappointing. Yeah, no, there was a good 2 or 3 or 4 of those in Sunken where you make a road, they use it once, and that's that. I actually didn't feel bad about the length of Sunken. For me, Sunken was longer just for doing stuff like getting the route that goes up to the castle to work reliably enough to not have to just keep resending it again and again. That took quite a bit of time. So it kind of felt like it was less missions but harder missions, or less missions but more finicky missions, versus some of the others. Like I said, I felt like for me, Sunken was the most interesting from the map standpoint, but Incommunicado I definitely felt did a lot better with the actual like flow of the missions. Whereas I would say like, you know, I would say like, generally speaking, when it came to a lot of the maps, they had a much better flow than Sunken, and Sunken kind of the flow wasn't good. Like compared to SnowRunner, it's not SnowRunner. Like I know, like any comparison to SnowRunner, it's just you're gonna end up wanting to check that because it's not meant to be SnowRunner. The thing to think about it with comparison to SnowRunner is if we compare for example, the convoy routes to SnowRunner, that was the thing that we had to do. So those convoy routes would be like 10 laps going back and forth. That's kind of the equivalent of all of your logging missions in Michigan on SnowRunner. Which I know, yeah, you just tell the AI do it, so it's not as satisfying. But it's just, that's kind of the idea, is in SnowRunner, how many of those missions were just take like 4 sets of medium logs and 2 sets of long logs, the same thing, so that'd be effectively 5 laps. Maybe 4 laps if you manage to double up your mediums. That, like, a lot of those missions in SnowRunner were repetitious. Whereas this one, for the most part, doesn't do much of that. There's a couple of exceptions. But yeah, no, I'd definitely say on a raw gameplay thing of just purely, if your only metric you care about is the amount of hours you get out of the game, yeah, SnowRunner you get more hours. But a lot of that hours is, you know, dragging logs to the same place There's definitely good maps that there's not lots of repeat in SnowRunner, but there's also a lot of maps in SnowRunner that your mission is effectively do the same thing 4 or 5 times. You know, get this really long route, drag heavy cargo to the same place again and again and again. Because that's the core gameplay, is that get your vehicles, get your upgrades, repeat. Where this, once you go and you put down a road and you've made your better road, the road's just there. I feel like to make this have the same number of missions that SnowRunner has on a map, you would just have to make the map like tenfold the size it is. Whereas I definitely feel like when I'm playing SnowRunner, there's absolutely times where I'm playing in a map and I'm like, you know what, I'm ready for this map to be done. Whereas this one I felt pretty good about most of the maps, or when they wrapped up, you're like, you know what? That felt about the right time. Like, I'll be playing the map going, you know what? I think we're getting close to the end. Because we'll have fixed up most of the roads, we'll have fixed up the bridges. Where's the sand coming from? It's coming from the sky. It's coming from the sky for gameplay realism, completely ignoring realism kind of side, because realism is utterly irrelevant. Because the alternative would be all of these like 30 plus things of sand I had to do to make this road. I would have had to drive back and forth all the way to the quarry if I had to pick it up. And I probably would have uninstalled the game on the second map if that was the case, because that would have been utterly monotonous. Like that would definitely be incredibly unsatisfying. So they kind of do the hand wave of like, you just get sky sand. Now to be clear, with the sky sand, if we look at this, it's only available in these circles, and I had to unlock this area. Otherwise I would have had to take the sand from here, drive the whole way up and doing that. So yeah, they do have it so you can't just magic sand literally everywhere on the map. Earlier missions are very generous on where you can get the sand from. Later missions, you do need to spend your fuel resource, the purple resource up there, to unlock a lot of them. So where people like to take that little truck they give you to redeploy and just use it as like fast travel, you do want to save that purple stuff. A lot of the earlier maps, it's pretty irrelevant, but later maps, I think the worst we had is I think there was a map I ended up using somewhere in the area of like 35 or something fuel just to unlock more and more quarries all over the map to avoid needing to drag stuff everywhere. And you can get more of that. You can go to the construction place and purchase it using your in-game money. But then, you know, that becomes an in-game money sink. But granted, you can get more in-game money by collecting wood or concrete or whatever and then selling it at the construction place. Let's see, how do you feel about this game relying on auto modes like sand flattening mode? I was hoping to be able to use manual modes to clear the muck, flatten the sand, but it works very strangely. It doesn't bother me. I think realistically, with a lot of the way the physics work, if we had to like manually handle the blade on this the whole way through, you'd just get frustrated because you'd keep, you know, you'd go over a bump and it'd dig into the ground, you'd have to like go back and correct it, and it would just get really, really monotonous. Whereas generally when you're dealing with sand, you just set it to flattening, you do a couple of laps and you're good. Whereas you do have where you can dig into the terrain. If you haven't seen, I could switch this to manual, and I can flatten hills out. It's a little tricky to do though. It is worth doing sometimes, but not worth doing often. So like if we go over to the side here, say I wanted to change the terrain here, I can switch you to destructive mode, and that's relatively okay. It'll only, like you see, it's kind of ripping it up a little bit in front of me. And now it's kind of okay. It'll give you an alright for level thing. One of the things I found to be really good at doing this one is actually backing up so you scrape the front on it. I find that's better about getting flat surfaces than going forward, because when you go forward you can dip into it. But then you can also go here and switch to manual mode, which lets me go in here and say, okay, I can do full blade here. And let's just say I want to go all the way down to the ground. I can just like really chunk into the ground deeply. But again, when you do this kind of thing, you end up getting a real mess of the ground, especially with that first one. So if I were to just pick this up now and put in marching, you can see the ground is pushing up. You can see the front edge was there, but I had that big nut spot there. But again, one of the tricks you can use is instead of using it going forward, instead lower it and go backward. It's still not perfect, but it tends to be a bit more reliable at making the ground a little bit less cursed. And that just has to do with the fact that you're bumping over terrain and everything. And you can adjust it, and I think it's something that, with practice, you could get decently good. You're hoping they will add D9 and maybe a grader. I have no idea what D9 is. And when you're saying a grader D9 bulldozer, I'm assuming that's a specific model of bulldozer. Because very genuinely with a lot of this stuff, while I very much enjoy Sims, I don't honestly care about real-life equipment if it's the same models. It's like the same thing when I'm playing Farm Sim. People are like, I can't wait to be able to use the John Deere whatever model. It's like, man, I'm glad you get to enjoy that. I'm happy that's for you or whatever. I also have no idea beyond it's a John Deere. It's like, it's a big one. Ah, I understand. Big green tractor. Does compute. But yeah. So for me, like any specific model or anything, it's neither here nor there. I like doing the processes, but I don't have any dedication to brands or any dedication to like specific models of that. Bigger's better after all. But the little D9 is made by Cat. It was more of a descriptive size builder. Oh, so it's just like a giant bulldozer is what you're looking at. I'm assuming with a name like D9, it's the kind of bulldozer that shows up on the work site and everyone makes fun of them for compensating for something and then also wants to drive it. You know, little A, little B. It's partly lashing out of jealousy. But then also half the time it shows up at the work site and everyone goes, that's too big, and it gets stuck, not able to make turns and all that. I'm assuming that's the kind of bulldozer we're talking about. I do enjoy a lot of that stuff. Like the person who's got like the micro farm and then they buy this giant tractor and they spend more time just trying to park it and move it between places than actually doing like the work. Because it's just not an appropriate size. But don't get me wrong, those are fun. That was playing Farm Sim. That was the next app. The next app was fun. It is a weird futuristic vehicle that almost nobody uses in real life because it is completely impractical due to its size and everything. And if the ground is anything but perfect, it kind of sucks. But at the same time, having this giant thing that looks like a giant Xerox machine just going over an entire field and doing the whole thing in just a couple of passes, there's something cool about that. Alright. So I need to do the infrastructure route. Okay. So this one has like the orange icon. So I'm assuming this is going to be the like the regular trucks with No diff locker all-wheel drive, but not the Wayfarer, not the big semi. The D12 is the largest production dozer made by Cat. D9 is 50 ton, but it's tracked so it could always turn. Now, a D9 shows up at the site. You know it's going to get done quick. Gotcha. I used to sell a bunch of, like, tools at, like, my job was way back as a salesman for stuff. Like, it was everything from, like, you know, hand tools, power tools, you know, like, both, like, the hand power tools as well as, you know, like, planers, table saws, all that. But, I also saw, you know, like, sold lots of lawn and garden equipment, and there was definitely, like, this is the tractor you, or this is the lawnmower you get when you're trying to get your job done. And this is the lawnmower you get when you're trying to make your neighbors jealous, but also completely impractical. Like we had this one riding mower that it was a V8 riding mower. This thing was a monstrosity on wheels. And don't get me wrong, it had a hell of a lot of horsepower. But it was just this giant mower. Like it wasn't zero turn radius or anything like that. That was the one we sold for commercial purposes. It was you wanted a big name brand on the side of your mower, and you just wanted a ridiculously large engine that would gobble up your gas. And there was no reason for it. Well, both those routes are not going to fail because they've collided into each other. Cool, cool. Residential riding motors are obscenely unsafe. Yeah, these two are going to bully you out of the way. Get out of here, you. I got a new route in town. Actually, if that backed off for a second, it would recover and do fine. Okay, so did it do enough of that route to already... Nah, we've got one more... No, we have more than that. We can dispatch the vehicles. It's fine. It surely won't happen twice. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you've got like, your really basic residential mowers. Those ones aren't too bad. But when you start getting the ones where they start putting really big engines in them, and then, you know, you can turn them sharp enough that you can roll them because it's just too much horsepower for too little space. Yeah, you can make residential lawnmowers pretty awful. That was actually one of the things that was always a battle. People are like, what's the best mower you've got? It's like this little one over here. And you're like, what do you mean that little one over there? It's like, yeah, the little one over there. It's bed. It's, you know, I don't remember the size, like 32 inches. You know, it's got a 32-inch bed. It's got plenty of horsepower to actually run it. You know, it's got a really wide wheelbase and everything. Like, it's a really good setup. It's like, but it's so low horsepower. I'm like, yeah, you're spinning a blade on the bottom, man. You don't need like 120 horsepower. It's just one blade on the bottom. Maybe a pair of blades, depending on your setup. Yeah, making something bigger without widening the wheelbase has its limits. Yeah, but then you always had, like, people want to get, like, there was a mower, we didn't have it, it was one that had, like, a V-twin in it, there was, like, a mower that you could get a rotary engine in it, there was a mower that you could get, like, the one we had that was our big one was a V8. So, like, the mower was, like, almost nothing but just, like, the thing looked like a tractor that someone just shoved a blade underneath it. But, like, in the form factor of a lawnmower. Obviously nowhere big, like, as big as an actual commercial tractor. But it was just one of those things that's like, yeah, this is what you get when you have insecurities. And you need to either show that you have lots of money or you're compensating for something. That's why you buy that mower. Because it was like twice, it was more than twice as much as like the next larger mower that also had a completely unreasonable amount of horsepower. Does it remind you of that movie where someone moved because the neighbor's custom V8 lawnmower? If you remember, like, Tool Time, like, you know, oh, it was Home Improvement. Tool Time was the show in Home Improvement. If you remember Home Improvement, like, you know, getting, like, the giant racing lawnmower, that was what the V8 thing was for. It wasn't for actually mowing a lawn. It's just for getting something with entirely too much horsepower. You always name the show, that show. Let's see, did it at least have a PTO, maybe power needed to run something at 3-point? No, it did not have it. It did not have any type of, like, tractor hookup. It was literally just a lawnmower. Just a lawnmower that someone just slammed a really big engine in and went...
It looks like we need to deliver the broken components from the pumping station to the machine yard so they can be fixed. And that means building a road south of Sandwing.
Alright, we're building another road. Who would have guessed another road is in the future? Okay, so we can go over here and activate that. So we're going to have a road here and a road there. So that works out. But what I do think is going to end up happening here, chat, is I know it's just a tiny bit earlier than I normally wrap up. I usually go for like another 10 minutes. I'm kind of thinking by the time I pile all the vehicles on and drag them to the other side of the map to begin the process will already be over. And I've gone, like yesterday, man, yesterday went like 2-3 hours long, and then we've had a bunch of long streams. I do think I am going to go ahead and wrap up just a little bit on the early side tonight. For the record, I do not expect to be back tomorrow. So normally Thursdays and Fridays are my days off. I do expect to take Thursday off. There's a game that me and my family have been playing together that we haven't had an opportunity to do in a while because Tomb's schedule's been pretty ridiculous. And so we're probably going to do that. Friday, there's a good chance we'll do a bonus stream. And then Saturday will likely be where we do the last section of Split Fiction with my wife Tomb. And that should be fun. I'm not sure why that one failed. But with all that said, I do think what's going to end up happening, if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be dropping abruptly. If you're over here on Twitch, hang out, we'll get a raid going. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow over here on Twitch and on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe. So goodbye over there on YouTube. And then for over here, we're going to go ahead and put up our ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on.